This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still think about what happened at Pinewood Valley last summer. I've been trying to make sense of it for months, but I can't. I figured maybe writing it down might help, or someone else might have experienced something similar. Me and my three best friends since high school, Ethan, Avery, and Thomas, had been planning this camping trip for ages. We're all in our mid-20s now, working different jobs, living in different parts of the city, so getting together isn't as easy as it used to be. This was supposed to be our chance to disconnect from everything and just hang out like old times. Pinewood Valley was Thomas's suggestion. His uncle had camped there years ago and talked about how beautiful and peaceful it was. What he failed to mention was just how remote it actually is. We're talking about a 3-hour drive from the nearest decent-sized town, with the last 45 minutes on dirt roads that got progressively worse. My Honda Civic barely made it, scraping bottom more than once. When we finally arrived Friday afternoon, I understood the appeal. The campground was basically just a clearing surrounded by dense pine forest, with a small stream running along one side. No facilities, no other campers, nothing but trees and sky. Perfect isolation. That's what we wanted, or what we thought we wanted. We set up our 2 tents I was sharing with Ethan, while Avery and Thomas took the other and built a fire pit near the stream. By early evening, we had a decent blaze going. The temperature was dropping fast, the way it does in the mountains, but we were prepared with extra layers and plenty of beer to keep us warm. It was around 9 when it happened. We were sitting around the fire, passing a bottle of whiskey Thomas had brought, sharing stories about college and laughing about stupid stuff we'd done as teenagers. I remember feeling so content in that moment. The stars were incredible. You never see stars like that in the city. And the only sounds were the crackling fire, the bubbling stream, and occasional hooting from an owl somewhere in the distance. Then Avery suddenly stopped mid-sentence and was staring at something behind me. "Guys," he said quietly, "there's someone there." We all turned to look. At the edge of our clearing, just where the firelight faded into darkness, stood a man. Just standing there, not moving, not calling out, just watching us. I'll never forget what he looked like. He was tall, maybe 6'4" or 6'5", and impossibly thin, like someone who hadn't eaten properly in months. He wore dark clothes that hung loosely on his frame, but it was his face that really got to me. It was long and gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed to reflect no light, even with the fire blazing, and he was smiling. Not a friendly smile, but a fixed, unnatural one that never quite reached those hollow eyes. None of us spoke for what felt like forever. We just stared at him, and he stared back, maintaining that unsettling smile. Finally, Thomas broke the silence. "Hey there," he called out, trying to sound casual, but I could hear the tension in his voice. "Can we help you with something?" The man took 3 slow steps forward into the light. His movements were stiff, almost mechanical. Up close, I could see his skin had an unhealthy pallor to it. "Just passing through," he said. His voice was surprisingly normal, which somehow made the whole situation even more disturbing. "Beautiful night for camping." "Yeah, it is," Ethan replied uncertainly. "Are you camping nearby?" The man's smile widened slightly. In a manner of speaking, we all exchanged glances. There was nowhere to pass through to. This campsite was literally at the end of the road, surrounded by miles of dense forest and rough terrain. No hiking trails, no other campsites, nothing. "Would you like to join us?" Thomas offered, though I could tell he was just being polite and didn't actually want this stranger anywhere near us. "No, thank you," the man replied, still smiling. "I should be on my way. Enjoy your evening, gentlemen." With that, he turned and walked back toward the trees, disappearing into the darkness within seconds. We sat in silence for at least a minute after he left. "What the actual fuck was that?" Avery finally said. Probably just a hiker or something, Thomas suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. There are no hiking trails around here, I reminded him. And did you see what he was wearing? No backpack, no proper gear, just those weird clothes. Maybe he lives nearby, Ethan offered. There's nothing nearby, I said. That's the whole point of this place, remember? We spent the next hour debating who the man might be and what he was doing there. Eventually, we convinced ourselves it was probably nothing to worry about, just some eccentric local who liked walking in the woods at night. We even joked about it, trying to lighten the mood, but I noticed we all kept glancing toward the trees where he'd disappeared. When we finally turned in for the night, I lay awake for hours, listening to every crack of a twig and rustle of leaves outside our tent. I kept imagining that man standing just outside, staring at us with those empty eyes. When I finally did fall asleep, it was fitful and filled with dreams of being watched. The next morning, I was exhausted but tried to shake off the unease from the night before. The forest looked completely different in daylight, less threatening, more beautiful. We made breakfast over the fire and planned our day. Ethan and Thomas wanted to hike up to a ridge that supposedly had an amazing view, while Avery suggested we try fishing in the stream. That's when Ethan noticed his lantern was missing. I swear I left it right here, he said, pointing to a spot near our tent. I used it last night when I went to take a leak and put it right back here. We searched the entire campsite but couldn't find it anywhere. It wasn't a huge deal. We had other flashlights. But it added to the unsettled feeling I'd had since the previous night. You think that guy took it? Avery asked what we were all thinking. When would he have had the chance? Thomas argued. We were all awake when he was here. Maybe he came back after we went to sleep, I suggested. No one had a response to that. The idea of that strange man creeping around our campsite while we slept was too disturbing to dwell on. We tried to salvage the day by sticking to our plans. The four of us hiked together, not wanting to split up, and actually had a decent time. The view from the ridge was as spectacular as promised, and for a few hours I almost forgot about our visitor. As evening approached, we returned to camp and built up the fire again. The mood was lighter than the previous night, but there was still an undercurrent of tension. Every few minutes, someone would glance toward the trees, expecting to see that tall figure watching us again. Around the same time as the previous night, 9 or so, Ethan suddenly grabbed my arm. There, he whispered, nodding toward the tree line. And there he was, the same man, in the same spot, with the same fixed smile, just watching us. This time, he didn't approach when we noticed him. He just stood there, partially hidden by a pine tree, observing our reactions. "What do you want?" Thomas called out, his voice shaking slightly. The man didn't respond. He didn't move. He just kept smiling that terrible smile. "We need to leave," Avery said quietly. "Now." No one argued. We began gathering our things, trying to pack as quickly as possible while keeping an eye on the figure at the edge of the clearing. He never approached, but he never left either, just watched us with those hollow eyes as we frantically stuffed sleeping bags into compression sacks and collapsed our tents. The whole time, I kept expecting him to rush at us or pull out a weapon, but he didn't. Somehow, his complete lack of action was more terrifying than any threat could have been. What was he waiting for? What did he want? It took us maybe 20 minutes to pack everything, though it felt like hours. The man remained perfectly still the entire time, tracking our movements with his eyes but otherwise motionless. When we finally had everything loaded into my car, we piled in and I started the engine. As I turned the car around to head back down the dirt road, my headlights swept across the clearing, and there he was, suddenly standing in the middle of the campsite where our tents had been just minutes before. I hadn't seen him move from the tree line, but there he was, still smiling that same empty smile. I floored it. The Honda bottomed out multiple times on that rough road, and I was terrified we'd get a flat tire or break an axle and be stranded out there with him. No one spoke as I drove, but I could feel the collective relief when we finally hit paved road again. We drove straight to a motel in the nearest town and got a room for the night. None of us wanted to continue the trip, but we were too exhausted to make the 3-hour drive home. We sat up late into the night trying to make sense of what had happened. Maybe he was just some homeless guy living in the woods, Thomas suggested half-heartedly. Did he look homeless to you? I asked. His clothes were clean, and that smile. What if he's still there? Ethan said. What if he's waiting for the next group of campers? That thought haunted me all night. Should we report it to someone? But report what, exactly? A strange man who smiled too much? He hadn't actually threatened us or done anything illegal that we knew of, besides possibly taking Ethan's lantern. We drove home the next day in near silence. It's been months now, and we still don't talk about it much when we get together, but I know none of us have been camping since. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe he was just a socially awkward local. Maybe he was mentally ill. Maybe he was playing some weird joke. But I can't shake the feeling that there was something fundamentally wrong about that man, something not quite human. I know how that sounds, but if you'd seen those eyes, that smile, you might understand. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced he's standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me with that fixed smile. I've started sleeping with the lights on. I still don't know who or what he was, or what he wanted from us. But I do know I'm never going back to Pinewood Valley. And if you're planning a camping trip, maybe pick somewhere a little less remote. Story 2. I've been an avid hiker for over 15 years. I've tackled some serious trails, parts of the Appalachian backcountry and Yellowstone, you name it. Nothing fancy, just me, my gear, and the wilderness. It's always been my escape. No cell service, no emails, no people, just the sounds of nature and my own thoughts. That was until last month, when everything I thought I knew about the outdoors changed forever. I'd been planning a solo trip to Oak Ridge Valley for months. It's this remote area with old logging trails that most hikers don't bother with anymore. The main trails are pretty well documented, but there are these abandoned paths that only show up on maps from the 70s. That's what attracted me, the idea of hiking somewhere truly isolated, somewhere forgotten. The first day was perfect. Weather in the mid-60s, clear skies, hardly any bugs. I started early, around 7 in the morning, and spent the day following these overgrown trails. There were moments when the path almost disappeared, but I've got a good sense of direction and had my GPS as backup. By late afternoon, I'd covered about 12 miles and found this incredible spot to camp, a small clearing next to a stream that was just loud enough to be soothing. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and built a small fire ring with some stones from near the stream. Nothing crazy, just enough for some warmth and to heat my dinner. I remember feeling so at peace sitting there, watching the flames dance while eating my rehydrated pasta. The sun went down, and the stars came out in that spectacular way they only do when you're miles from civilization. I crawled into my sleeping bag around 10, feeling grateful for the solitude. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. Maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. It wasn't gradual. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was wide awake, heart pounding, something had woken me. At first I thought maybe it was a branch falling or an animal rustling around my campsite. That happens all the time in the backcountry. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the random 4-legged movement of a deer or even a bear. These were deliberate, rhythmic. 2 feet walking around my tent, every muscle in my body tensed up. I lay completely still in my sleeping bag, barely breathing. The footsteps were slow, methodical, like whatever it was wasn't in any hurry. Step, pause, step, pause, circling my tent. My first thought was that maybe another hiker had somehow found my campsite and was checking things out. But at 3 in the morning, in this remote part of the forest, no way. My next thought was that maybe it was a ranger, but they would have announced themselves. I reached for my knife, just a basic 4-inch blade I keep for utility purposes, and held it against my chest. The footsteps continued their circuit, one full circle around my tent, then a second. I could hear whatever it was brushing against the nylon of my tent occasionally. Not hard enough to push the walls in, just enough to let me know how close it was. During the 3rd circle, I got this feeling like I was being watched, not just from outside the tent, but like somehow this thing could see through the fabric, see me lying there terrified. I know that sounds crazy, but I swear I could feel eyes on me. Then, mid-circuit, the footsteps stopped. Right at the entrance to my tent, I could hear breathing. Not heavy or monstrous, just calm, steady breathing, like it was waiting for something. For me to look outside, maybe. I clutched my knife tighter, trying to control my own breathing, which felt impossibly loud in the silence. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me inside, frozen in fear, and whatever it was outside, just waiting. It felt like hours, but was probably more like 20 minutes. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the footsteps moved away. Not back into the circuit, but straight away from my tent, into the woods. I listened as they faded, the sound of them almost swallowed by the bubbling of the stream. I didn't move for what felt like forever. Every part of me wanted to pack up and get the hell out of there, but the thought of leaving my tent in the pitch black was even more terrifying than staying put. So I waited, knife still in hand, until the first light of dawn filtered through the tent fabric. When I finally unzipped the tent, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the zipper. The clearing looked exactly as I'd left it, my fire pit now just cold ashes. The trees surrounding me, innocent in the morning light. There were no footprints that I could find, but the ground was pretty firm and covered with pine needles in most places. I made myself a quick cup of instant coffee, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing, or that it had been some animal I'd misidentified in my half-asleep state. The rational explanations didn't stick, though. I knew what I'd heard. Despite everything in me screaming to turn around and head back to my car, I decided to continue my hike. I'd planned this trip for too long to let one weird night ruin it. Plus, in daylight, with birds chirping and the sun warming the forest floor, it was hard to hold on to that fear. I packed up camp, making sure to properly extinguish my fire pit and leave no trace. The trail ahead led deeper into the valley, promising views of an old abandoned fire lookout by late afternoon. I checked my GPS, marked my position, and headed out. The hike that day was off. I can't explain it any other way. The forest felt different. Several times I got the sensation of being watched, though whenever I'd turn around, there'd be nothing there, just trees and underbrush. The bird sounds would occasionally stop all at once, like someone had flipped a switch, only to resume a few minutes later. By mid-afternoon, I started to get worried about my location. According to my GPS, I should have been approaching the ridge that led to the fire lookout, but the terrain didn't match what I was seeing on my map. I figured I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, so I decided to backtrack a bit and try to reorient myself. As the shadows lengthened and dusk approached, I realized I needed to find a spot to camp soon. I followed what looked like a game trail down toward the sound of water, thinking I'd set up near a stream again. As I pushed through a thicket of young pines, I emerged into a clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. It was my clearing, the same one from the night before, the same stream bubbling along the edge, the same distinctive fallen log I'd sat on while eating dinner. Even my fire pit was there, stones arranged exactly as I'd left them that morning. But my tent and backpack, which I'd been carrying on my shoulders all day, were gone. I spun around, disoriented and confused. This was impossible. I'd been hiking away from this spot all day, miles away. The GPS confirmed it. And now I was back here? And where the hell was my gear? I checked my pockets. My knife was still there, along with my compass and a granola bar. But my backpack with my tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, everything I needed to survive, had vanished. 1 second it had been on my back, the weight of it familiar and constant, and now it was just gone. Panic hit me like a physical force. I started searching the clearing frantically, thinking maybe I was losing my mind and had somehow set down my pack without realizing it. Nothing. I checked the GPS again. The coordinates matched where I'd camped the previous night. Somehow, after hiking all day in the opposite direction, I was back where I started. The sun was setting fast now, and with it went any remaining sense of security I had. The trees around the clearing no longer looked welcoming. They seemed to lean inward, their branches reaching toward me like fingers. The spaces between them, which earlier would have been just shadows, now looked like doorways to somewhere else, somewhere I didn't want to go. I had to get out of there. Without my gear, staying overnight wasn't an option anyway. I pulled out my compass and picked the direction that should lead to the main trail and eventually the trailhead where I'd parked. I started walking, forcing myself not to run, despite every instinct telling me to. That's when I noticed the forest was changing. Paths that should have been there weren't. Trees that shouldn't have been there were. Every time I looked at my compass and adjusted my course, it felt like the forest itself was shifting around me, herding me back toward that clearing. After about an hour of this, night had fully fallen. I had my small flashlight from my pocket, but its beam seemed swallowed by the darkness. The forest was alive with sounds now. Not just the normal nighttime rustling, but what sounded like whispers just at the edge of hearing. I'd stop to listen, and they'd stop too, only to resume when I started moving again. I was being watched. Not just watched, followed. I could feel it. Every few minutes I'd whirl around, pointing my flashlight behind me, sure I'd catch whatever it was. Nothing was ever there, but the sensation never went away. By what must have been around midnight, I was beyond exhausted and completely lost. My compass was spinning uselessly as if there were massive magnetic disturbances all around me. The whispers had gotten louder, almost like they were coming from the trees themselves. Then I saw it, a faint glow through the trees. Not the warm yellow of a campfire or cabin light, but the cold white blue of headlights. A road. I practically sobbed with relief and charged toward it, no longer caring about being quiet or cautious. I burst out of the tree line onto an actual paved road. There was a truck coming around the bend, and I waved my arms frantically, probably looking like a complete madman. The driver, this older guy with a gray beard, slowed down and rolled down his window, looking at me like I might be dangerous. I was a mess, scratched up, wild-eyed, no backpack, just a guy in hiking clothes appearing out of nowhere on a remote road at midnight. Somehow, I convinced him I wasn't crazy or dangerous, just lost, and he gave me a ride to the nearest town, about 20 miles away. I reported what happened to the local ranger station the next day. They were concerned about my missing gear, but seemed skeptical about everything else. They suggested I might have gotten turned around, that stress and fatigue can play tricks on the mind. One of them even mentioned that parts of Oak Ridge Valley have unusual magnetic properties that can mess with compasses and sometimes GPS devices, but they don't know what I know. That forest is alive somehow, or something in it is, something that can manipulate paths, make solid objects disappear, and circle your tent in the dead of night, breathing and waiting. Something that can make you feel watched from 100 directions at once. I still hike, but never alone now, and never in Oak Ridge Valley. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, sure that I hear those same methodical footsteps circling my house, and every time I pass a thick stand of trees, I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me from just behind the tree line, waiting for me to wander back in alone. Story 3. I still don't know what to make of what happened in that house. It's been 8 years since we moved out, and I've tried to rationalize it all, but some things just don't have logical explanations. I guess I'm finally ready to share what happened to us in that old Kansas house. My family moved to this small town in Kansas when I was 15. The house we bought was this massive historic property from the Prohibition era. The realtor actually bragged about it being one of the first legal party houses built by a local moonshiner. The price was surprisingly affordable for the size, probably should have been our first red flag. The layout was bizarre. It had 3 main floors, but between the first and second floor was this weird log cabin-themed room that didn't match the rest of the house at all. It was like someone had taken an actual cabin and wedged it into the middle of the house. The room had these rough-hewn log walls, a massive stone fireplace that took up almost an entire wall, and this creepy old moose head mounted above it. The previous owners had installed this salvaged chandelier that cast these weird shadows across the room. From day one, I hated that room. Every time I walked through it, the hair on my arms would stand up. I always felt like someone was standing directly behind me, breathing down my neck. I'd spin around expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. What really freaked me out was how our pets reacted to it. We had 2 cats and a dog, and none of them would set foot in that room. Our lab Max would literally plant his feet at the doorway and whine if we tried to get him to go through. The door to that room was bizarre too. Solid oak, at least an inch thick, with this complex locking mechanism that looked like it belonged in a bank vault, not a house. The realtor explained it was designed to keep police out during bootlegging parties. We never found the key, so it was always unlocked. My bedroom was on the top floor, along with what used to be a nursery that my parents converted into a home office. The office had this ancient desktop computer and printer setup that my dad used for work. About a month after moving in, my mom mentioned finding the printer tray empty every morning, even though she'd filled it the night before. We figured maybe my dad was printing stuff for work, but he denied it. One night around 2 in the morning, I heard the printer start up. Thinking my dad was working late, I ignored it at first, but when it kept going for almost 20 minutes, I got annoyed and went to check. No one was in the office, but the printer was cycling blank papers through, just printing nothing. I shut it off and went back to bed, figuring it was just malfunctioning. The next day it happened again, but this time my sister saw it too. We unplugged the printer before going to bed. At 3 a.m., we both woke up to the sound of printing. Somehow the printer was running again, plugged in and actively spitting out blank pages. We told our parents, who decided the printer must be faulty and replaced it. The new one did the exact same thing. About 2 months after we moved in, my sister got locked in that office. The weird thing was, the door didn't even have a working latch. It was one of those old glass doorknobs that had been stripped over the years. My mom had to force a butter knife into the frame to get it open. My sister was hysterical, saying she felt like someone was in there with her the whole time, standing in the corner where she couldn't quite see. The incident that really shook me happened in October, about 6 months after we moved in. My parents, sister, and I were driving home late from my aunt's house around 11 p.m. We lived on this rural road with cornfields on both sides. As we turned onto our street, all 4 of us saw something cross the road about 50 yards ahead. It was this white thing, not an animal or a person, but something I still can't properly describe. It moved with this unnatural speed, sort of loping across the road on all 4s, but the proportions were all wrong. It was too tall, too thin, and moved too quickly. My dad slammed on the brakes, and we all just sat there in silence for a minute. Finally, my mom asked, "Did everyone else see that?" We all had. When we got home, we were all still freaked out. My dad went around checking all the doors and windows. I was in the kitchen getting water when I heard it. Heavy footsteps like someone wearing work boots coming down the stairs that led from the 2nd floor to the den level. The steps were slow, deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. I ran to the stairwell but saw nothing. My mom was in the living room, my sister was in the bathroom, and my dad was checking the back door. I called out to my dad and he came running. We checked the entire house, every closet, under every bed, the attic, the basement, nothing. But we all heard those footsteps. After that night, things escalated. The log cabin room got colder than the rest of the house, sometimes dropping 20 degrees below the surrounding rooms. We'd find the heavy oak door closed and that complex lock engaged, even though none of us had the key. Sometimes we'd hear scratching from inside the walls, like something was trying to get out. One night, my friend Kelly called me around midnight. She was at a sleepover, and they were messing around with a Ouija board. I told her that stuff was stupid, and I was trying to sleep. She got quiet for a second, then said, "It says you're wearing a blue t-shirt with a hole in the left sleeve, sitting on your bed with one leg tucked under you." I nearly dropped the phone. I was wearing exactly that, an old blue sleep shirt with a hole in the left sleeve that I'd been meaning to sew up, and I was sitting exactly as she described. There was no way she could know that. We didn't have video calls back then, and I hadn't told anyone what I was wearing. I hung up immediately. The next morning, I called Kelly back to confront her, thinking maybe it was a prank. She swore they were just messing around with the board, when it started spelling out details about me. She was as freaked out as I was. After that, I started sleeping with my light on. I'd wake up at exactly 3:13 every morning, feeling like someone was standing at the foot of my bed. Sometimes I'd hear whistling coming from the log cabin room, this old-timey tune that I didn't recognize. My grades started slipping because I wasn't sleeping. My parents were fighting more, always on edge. My sister developed this nervous tic where she'd constantly look over her shoulder. Even our dog Max seemed depressed, staying curled up in corners and growling at empty spaces. The breaking point came about a year after we moved in. I was home alone one afternoon while my family went grocery shopping. I was in my room with the door closed when I heard that heavy oak door to the log cabin room slam shut. Then the doorknob to my bedroom started turning slowly. I had locked it, thankfully, but whatever was on the other side started pushing against it, making the wood creak. I called my parents in a panic. They rushed home to find me barricaded in my room. The house was empty, but the oak door was indeed closed and locked from the inside. That was impossible since I had been upstairs the whole time. We started looking for a new place that week. While packing up, we found some old newspapers in the attic that mentioned the original owner, the moonshiner who built the house. Apparently, he and his wife had died in a fire in the log cabin part of the house, which explained why it looked different from the rest. The article mentioned their bodies were interred in a morgue just down the street from the property. We moved into an apartment across town a month later. The strange thing, as soon as we left that house, everything stopped. No more nightmares, no more strange sounds, no more feeling of being watched. It was like whatever was in that house stayed in that house. About a year after we moved, I ran into the realtor who sold us the place at the grocery store. She mentioned the new owners were already selling. When I asked why, she looked uncomfortable and said something about incompatible energy. I didn't press for details. I still drive by that house sometimes. New families move in, then move out within a year or two. Nobody stays long. I sometimes wonder if they experience the same things we did, or if that house has different horrors for different people. I don't believe in ghosts, not really, but I don't have a rational explanation for what happened to us in that house. Sometimes late at night, my phone will ring with no caller ID, and I'll hear static on the other end. Maybe the faint sound of that same old-timey whistling. I always hang up immediately. Some things are better left unanswered. Story 4. I've never been one to believe in ghosts. For most of my life, I thought ghost stories were just that. Stories to scare kids or entertain people around campfires. I'm Icelandic, and our culture is full of folklore about elves, trolls, and spirits. But I always saw them as just cultural traditions, not reality. That changed last summer when I was 16. I live in Selfoss, a small town in southern Iceland. It's not exactly a place where exciting things happen, so when my friend Christian invited me and 6 others to hang out at his cousin's old house, I went without a second thought. The house itself wasn't anything special, just a typical Icelandic home built sometime in the 50s, painted white with a dark roof, a bit worn down, but nothing scary about it. We arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still high. Typical Icelandic summer where darkness barely exists. Christian's cousin Anna greeted us at the door. She was in her 20s, pretty normal, nothing that would make you think she was into ghost stories or anything weird. She showed us around and we settled in the dining room, just chatting and eating snacks we'd brought. About an hour in, I needed to check my phone because my mom had been texting me about when I'd be home. I walked into the living room next door for some quiet. It was a simple room with an old sofa, a coffee table with some magazines, and a TV that looked like it was from the early 2000s. The walls had those typical family photos you see in every Icelandic home. Confirmations, graduations, that kind of stuff. I sat on the sofa and started responding to my mom's texts. The house was pretty quiet except for my friends laughing in the dining room. Then it happened. I felt this cold spot. Not like when you open a window in winter, but a concentrated coldness right on the back of my neck. It wasn't just cool, it was ice cold, like someone holding an ice cube against my skin. I froze, my fingers hovering over my phone screen. That's when I heard it, a voice, an old woman's voice, raspy and dry like autumn leaves, whispering directly into my ear. Hello. Just the Icelandic word for hello, but so clear I could feel the breath on my ear. My heart jumped into my throat. I spun around so fast I nearly dropped my phone. There was no one there, not behind the sofa, not anywhere in the room. Just me, alone, with goosebumps spreading down my arms like wildfire. I checked behind the curtains, looked under the coffee table like an idiot. Anywhere someone could hide. Nothing. I was completely alone. My hands were shaking as I tried to finish my text. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but the room remained empty. Just as I was about to bolt back to my friends, Einar walked in. "You okay, Magnus? You look like you've seen a ghost," he joked, grabbing his soda from the side table. Were you just whispering through the door?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Einar looked confused. "What? No, I just got here. What are you talking about?" I tried to laugh it off, but my laugh sounded hollow even to me. "Nothing. Just thought I heard something." We walked back to the dining room together, and I made sure to keep my back to the wall, facing the living room door. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. After a few minutes of trying to act normal, I couldn't hold it in anymore. "Guys, something weird just happened," I said, interrupting whatever conversation was going on. I told them everything. The cold spot, the whisper, how clear it had been. I expected them to laugh or make fun of me, but instead, Anna, the homeowner, just nodded like I'd commented on the weather. "Oh yeah, that's normal here." 4 people died in this house. An old woman who was the original owner, and 3 men who killed themselves after she died. The woman's room is upstairs, and sometimes she gets curious about visitors. The casual way she said it made my skin crawl more than the actual information. How could she live here knowing this? Why hadn't she warned us? "You're kidding, right?" I asked, hoping this was some elaborate prank. Anna shook her head. "No, it happens all the time. Sometimes things move around. Sometimes you hear whispers. I'm used to it." As she finished speaking, I felt something tug on my hoodie from behind. A sharp, deliberate pull, like someone trying to get my attention. I didn't immediately react because I thought it was one of my friends messing with me. But then I saw their faces. They were all staring at my back, eyes wide. Björn pointed behind me, his mouth hanging open. "Your hoodie. It just moved by itself," he stammered. I reached back and felt nothing but air, but my hoodie was definitely pulled taut, as if someone was still holding it. I panicked and jerked forward, nearly knocking over my chair. The tug released and I jumped away from the wall. That's when the footsteps started. Heavy, deliberate footsteps pounding up the stairs just outside the dining room. They were unmistakable. The sound of someone wearing boots running up wooden stairs. We all heard it, all 8 of us. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, followed by a door slamming so hard the dishes on the table rattled. No one spoke. We just sat there frozen, listening to the silence that followed. "Is there someone else in the house?" I finally asked Anna, my voice barely above a whisper. She shook her head slowly. "No, just us." Christian, trying to be brave, stood up. "We should check it out." Part of me wanted to say no, to just leave and never come back, but I was 16, and the thought of looking scared in front of my friends was somehow worse than facing whatever was upstairs. So we went, all 8 of us, clustered together like penguins, moving up the stairs that had just thundered with invisible footsteps. The upstairs hallway had 4 doors, all closed. Anna pointed to each one. "Bathroom, my bedroom, guest room, and that was the old woman's room," she said, indicating the door at the end of the hall, the one we were all sure had slammed. We checked each room methodically. The bathroom was empty, just a shower curtain and the smell of soap. Anna's room was messy but ordinary. The guest room had some boxes and an unused bed. Then we came to the old woman's room. None of us wanted to open that door. Finally, Anna stepped forward and turned the handle. The door swung open to reveal a perfectly preserved bedroom. A single bed with a faded quilt, a dresser with a mirror, some black and white photos on the wall, and a rocking chair by the window. The window was closed, ruling out any wind explanation. "See? Nothing here," Anna said, but her voice lacked conviction. We searched every corner, looked under the bed, in the closet, even checked if the window could have somehow slammed the door. Nothing made sense. There was no way to explain what we'd all heard. As we stood there, crowded in this dead woman's bedroom, Anna told us another story that made my blood run cold. A few months ago, I was alone here. It was really late, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. I was in bed when my door opened by itself. I heard footsteps coming toward my bed, but couldn't see anyone. Then I heard the same old woman's voice whisper to me in Icelandic, "Go to sleep now, child." After that, my door closed on its own, and my light switched off. I just laid there in the dark, too scared to move. The matter-of-fact way she described this terrifying experience made it even more disturbing. How could she still live here? We didn't stay much longer after that. None of us felt comfortable anymore, and we made excuses to leave. As I was putting on my shoes by the front door, I swear I felt someone watching me from the top of the stairs, but when I looked up, there was nothing there, just an empty staircase. On the walk home, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was the house settling, maybe someone had snuck in as a prank, but deep down, we all knew what we'd experienced. 8 witnesses, all seeing and hearing the same thing. The hoodie pulling by itself, the footsteps, the slamming door. It's been almost a year now, and I still think about it almost every day. What did the old woman want? Why did she choose to whisper to me? Sometimes I even think about going back, just to see if she'd talk to me again. But then I remember the fear, that ice-cold breath on my ear, and I change my mind. The weird thing is, I'm not really scared anymore, more curious. Before that day, I would have laughed at ghost stories. Now, I find myself reading about paranormal experiences, wondering if others have had similar encounters. I've become the person I used to roll my eyes at. I still live in Selfoss, and sometimes I walk past that house. I always slow down, looking up at the window of the old woman's room, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. So far I haven't, but sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night, I feel that same cold spot on the back of my neck, just for a second, and I wonder if she followed me home. Story 5. I still don't know how to explain what happened in that house. It's been 3 months since I moved out, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in April, my best friend Olivia and I'm Rachel, moved into this duplex her mom owned. We were both 19, excited to have our own place while starting community college. The house was this old 2-story built around 1915 in a quiet neighborhood. It had these creaky wooden floors and high ceilings, cute in a vintage way, but definitely showing its age. The first week was normal, unpacking, figuring out who cleaned what, the usual roommate stuff. Olivia took the bigger bedroom at the front of the house, and I got the smaller one at the back, which connected to the kitchen through this narrow doorway. The rent was cheap since her mom owned it, so we thought we'd scored big time. Then weird stuff started happening, small things at first. I'd put my keys on the counter and find them in the bathroom later. Olivia would swear she'd closed a window before bed, but we'd wake up to it wide open. We laughed it off as being forgetful or stressed from the move. About 2 weeks after moving in, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard this scratching sound coming from inside the wall. I figured it was mice or something. Old house. What do you expect? I mentioned it to Olivia, and she said she'd tell her mom to send someone to check it out. That night, around 3 in the morning, I woke up to more scratching, but this time it sounded like it was coming from my closet. It was this slow, deliberate sound like fingernails on wood. I was frozen in bed, heart pounding in my chest. Then the sound stopped, and I heard what I can only describe as a sigh, a long, low exhale. I grabbed my phone and texted Olivia. "Do you hear that?" She replied right away. "I'm coming over." She appeared in my doorway a minute later, looking freaked out. "I heard it too," she whispered. "It woke me up." We stood there in the dark, listening. Nothing. Just the normal house settling sounds. After a while, we convinced ourselves it was just the old pipes or the house cooling down. Olivia went back to her room, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard breathing in the corner of my room. The next morning, we joked about it over coffee. "This place is definitely haunted," Olivia said, laughing nervously. "If there's a ghost, it better pay rent," I replied. That's when the knife thing happened. We had this rose gold knife set that Olivia's mom had given us as a housewarming gift. It was on this wooden block on the kitchen counter. That night, I'd heard more scratching and grabbed one of the knives, the big chef's knife, half joking about protecting myself from whatever was in the walls. I remember putting it back in the block before going to bed. The next morning, Olivia asked me where the chef's knife was. It wasn't in the block. We looked everywhere, drawers, dishwasher, even under the sink. Nothing. It was just gone. "Did you take it to your room last night?" Olivia asked. I put it back, I insisted. "I swear I did. We tore the place apart looking for it. It wasn't in either of our rooms, the bathroom, living room, nowhere." After a while, we gave up and figured one of us must have misplaced it somehow. 3 days later, I was doing laundry and went to get some clothespins from the drawer in the kitchen where we kept random stuff, and there it was, the knife, right on top of the clothespins. Neither of us had used it. Neither of us had put it there. "Liv," I called out, my voice shaking, "the knife is in the clothespin drawer." She came in and just stared at it. "That's impossible. We checked that drawer when we were looking for it." "I know," I said quietly. We stood there looking at each other, neither wanting to say what we were thinking. Finally, Olivia picked it up and put it back in the block. "Maybe we're both losing our minds," she said with a forced laugh. But things kept happening. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when we were both downstairs. One morning, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen were open, though we'd closed them the night before. Olivia called her mom about it, asking if the house had any history. Her mom laughed it off, saying the house was old and probably just settling. She did mention that the previous tenants had moved out suddenly, but they were weird anyway. After about a month, things seemed to calm down. We'd gotten used to the house's quirks, the creaking floors, the pipes that knocked, the back door that would unlock itself if you didn't deadbolt it. We even made jokes about our roommate, the ghost we'd named Charlie. Then came that day in May. I'll never forget it. It was a Tuesday. We were both working part-time at the mall, me at a clothing store, Olivia at the food court. We'd left around 9 that morning and gotten home around 6. The first thing I noticed when we walked in was this smell, like something had died. Olivia wrinkled her nose. "Did we leave food out?" We checked the kitchen. Nothing. The trash had been taken out that morning, but the smell was definitely worse near my room. "Maybe something died in the walls," Olivia suggested. "That scratching we heard." I pushed open my bedroom door and immediately gagged. The smell was overwhelming. But what I saw next, I still can't believe it. There, on my freshly made bed, I always make my bed before leaving, was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. A rat, but not just any rat. This thing was decomposed, mangled, with its insides partially spilling out. It was deliberately placed right in the center of my pillow. I screamed. Olivia pushed past me to see what was wrong and then stumbled backward, covering her mouth. "What the fuck?" she whispered. "What the actual fuck?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. All I could think was that someone had been in our house, in my room, and put a dead, rotting rat on my bed, on my pillow. We ran outside and called the police from Olivia's car. They came within 20 minutes. 2 officers, a man and a woman, looked through the entire house. They checked for signs of forced entry. Nothing. All windows locked from the inside. Both doors had been locked when we got home. "Do you have security cameras?" the female officer asked. "We did, actually." Olivia's mom had installed them after the previous tenants left, one covering the front door, one at the back door, and one in the kitchen, which had a view of the doorway to my room. We showed the officers how to access the footage on our phones. They reviewed it right there. The footage showed us leaving that morning. Then nothing. No one entered through either door all day. The kitchen camera showed no movement except for our cat occasionally wandering through. "Could your cat have brought it in?" the male officer asked. "Our cat was an indoor cat, and even if she somehow caught a rat, it wouldn't explain how it got so decomposed so quickly. Plus, the rat wasn't fresh. It had been dead for days, maybe weeks." The officers exchanged looks. "We're not sure what to tell you," the woman said finally. "There's no sign of break-in. Is there anyone who has keys to your place?" "Just Olivia's mom, who lived 2 hours away and was definitely at work all day." We'd checked. They took the rat away in a plastic evidence bag and filed a report, but I could tell they thought we were overreacting. Maybe they thought we'd put it there ourselves for attention or something. After they left, we sat in Olivia's car, too scared to go back inside. "We need to check the footage again," I said. "Maybe they missed something." We went through it minute by minute. Nothing. No one came in. No one went into my room. The rat just appeared. That night, we stayed at a hotel. The next day, we went back with Olivia's mom to pack our things. She thought we were being ridiculous, but even she was spooked by the security footage showing nothing. "Maybe it crawled in and died," she suggested weakly. But we all knew that wasn't true. The rat had been placed there, deliberately, on my pillow, and whatever had put it there hadn't used the doors or windows. We moved out that week. Olivia's mom couldn't find new tenants for months. Eventually, she sold the place at a loss. I still think about it all the time. What was in that house? Why did it escalate from moving a knife to placing a dead rat on my bed? What would it have done next? The new owners renovated the place completely, tore down walls, replaced floors. I sometimes wonder if they found anything during the renovation, any explanation for what happened, but I'll never go back to find out. Some things are better left unknown. All I know is that something was in that house with us, something that could move objects, something that wanted to scare us, and it succeeded. I still have nightmares about what might have happened if we'd stayed even one more night. Amaseo. Story 6. I've always been a loner. City life just drains me, you know, all those people, the noise, the constant movement. That's why I started going back to this old pond I used to fish at when I was younger. It's about 30 minutes outside of town, hidden deep in the woods near Pine Haven. Not many people know about it. You have to hike through some pretty dense forest to get there, which is exactly why I loved it. Last summer in early July, I decided to head out there on a Thursday afternoon. The weather was perfect, warm but not too hot, with just enough clouds to keep the sun from beating down too hard. I packed my fishing gear, some sandwiches, and a couple beers in a small cooler. Nothing fancy, just enough for a peaceful afternoon by myself. I parked my car at this little unmarked dirt area that serves as a makeshift parking spot near the trail. There were no other cars there, which wasn't surprising. Like I said, not many people know about this place. The hike in is about 30 minutes of pretty rough terrain, lots of roots and rocks to navigate, but I've done it so many times I could probably do it blindfolded. When I got to the pond, everything was exactly as I remembered it. The water was calm, almost glass-like, reflecting the trees that surrounded it. There's this little clearing on the east side that I always set up in, a patch of grass that's perfect for setting down your gear and casting out. I got everything ready, baited my hook, and just sat there for a while, enjoying the quiet. For about an hour, it was absolute bliss. I caught a couple small bass, nothing worth keeping, but that wasn't really the point anyway. I was there for the peace, the solitude, just me and nature, you know. No phones ringing, no emails to answer, no people to deal with. Then I noticed something across the pond. At first I thought it was just a shadow or maybe a deer coming down to drink. But as I focused, I realized it was a person, a man in what looked like a small plastic boat, one of those cheap ones you can buy at Walmart. He was just sitting there, not fishing, just sitting and looking in my direction. I didn't think much of it initially. Public pond, right? Even though it's secluded, anyone can come here. But something felt off. The way he was just staring, not moving. He was wearing this cardigan sweater despite it being summer and had on a baseball cap that was pulled down low, but not low enough that I couldn't see his eyes fixed on me. After a few minutes of this weird standoff, the guy started to paddle slowly toward my side of the pond. There was something about the way he moved, deliberate, almost mechanical. As he got closer, I could see him more clearly. He looked to be in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. His face was gaunt, pale, but his eyes, man, his eyes were what really freaked me out. They were wide open, unblinking, and completely focused on me. When he got to about 20 feet from shore, he just stopped paddling and sat there staring. I tried to break the tension with a friendly, catching anything. But he didn't respond. Not a word, not a nod, nothing. Just those unblinking eyes. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever. I started reeling in my line, thinking maybe it was time to pack up. That's when he finally spoke. "I can't let you leave." His voice was flat, emotionless. For a second, I thought I'd misheard him. I let out an awkward laugh and said, "Sorry, what was that?" That's when he reached into his pocket and pulled out a gun, a small pistol, black, pointed right at me. My blood went cold. My heart felt like it stopped for a second before hammering against my ribs. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. All I could do was stare at that gun and those unblinking eyes behind it. "I can't let you leave," he repeated, in that same monotone voice. That broke my paralysis. Pure adrenaline kicked in and I just ran. I left everything, my rod, my tackle box, my cooler. I just bolted into the woods, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over roots and rocks. I could hear splashing behind me, like he was trying to get to shore. I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning, branches were whipping my face, but all I could think about was getting to my car. I kept expecting to hear a gunshot, to feel a bullet tear into my back, but it never came. When I finally reached my car, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I peeled out of there, gravel flying, and didn't slow down until I hit the main road. I kept checking my rearview mirror, certain I'd see him following me somehow. I drove straight home, locked every door and window, and pulled all the blinds. I was shaking, sweating, my mind racing with what had just happened. Should I call the police? What would I even say? Some guy in a boat threatened me at a pond in the middle of nowhere. Would they even believe me? I decided to wait until morning to report it. Maybe in the daylight, with a clearer head, I could explain it better. I took a long shower, trying to wash away the fear and sweat, then made myself a strong drink. I kept checking the windows, making sure they were locked, jumping at every little sound outside. I must have dozed off on the couch around midnight because I woke up to a sound that made my blood freeze. Footsteps, outside, on my front porch. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I sat up, holding my breath, praying it was just my imagination. Then I heard it, that same flat, emotionless voice, now just outside my living room window. "I know you're in there. I can't let you leave." How the hell had he found me? I live on the outskirts of town, a good 20 miles from that pond. There's no way he could have followed me without me noticing, yet there he was, outside my house. I crawled to the phone, staying low, away from the windows. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. The operator's voice sounded impossibly loud in the quiet house, and I whispered frantically, explaining that someone was outside my house threatening me. As I was on the phone, I heard more footsteps, now moving around to the back of the house, then the sound of something scraping against my back door. Was he trying to get in? The operator told me to stay on the line, that officers were on their way. Those minutes waiting were the longest of my life. I grabbed a kitchen knife and huddled in the corner of my living room, as far from any windows or doors as I could get. Then I heard sirens in the distance getting closer. The footsteps outside suddenly stopped. By the time the police arrived, there was no sign of anyone. They searched the entire property, the surrounding woods, even put out an alert for a man matching the description I gave them. Nothing. They found nothing except some footprints in the soft dirt around my house. The officers took my statement, told me they'd increase patrols in the area, and left me with their card, telling me to call immediately if I saw or heard anything suspicious. I didn't sleep at all that night, or the next. I stayed at a friend's place for a week after that, then eventually moved to a different part of town. I never went back to that pond. I sold most of my fishing gear. I installed a security system in my new place with cameras covering every angle. The police never found him. They went out to the pond and found my abandoned gear, but no sign of a boat or the man I described. They even dragged parts of the pond, thinking maybe, well, you know, but nothing. It was like he had never existed, except I know he did. I know what I saw, what I heard, those eyes, that voice. They're burned into my memory. It's been almost a year now. I still have nightmares about it. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night, certain I've heard those footsteps again, that voice saying, "I can't let you leave." I keep the TV on most nights now just to have some background noise. The worst part is not knowing why. Why me? What did he want? Was he some crazy hermit who thought I was trespassing? A psychopath who randomly targeted me? I'll probably never know. Last week, I thought I saw him at the grocery store, just a glimpse of a cardigan and a baseball cap disappearing down an aisle. I left my cart full of groceries and ran to my car. Even now, as I'm writing this, I keep glancing at my windows, checking that they're locked, because deep down, I know he's still out there, and I can't shake the feeling that someday he'll find me again, and next time I might not be able to get away. Story 7. I never wanted to become the thing people fear in the dark, but that's exactly what happened. I've been clean for 8 months now, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night in the woods. I guess I should start by saying I'm from rural Newfoundland, where the houses are so far apart you could scream at the top of your lungs and nobody would hear you. Perfect place for an addict like me to spiral out of control. For context, I was heavily into opioids back then. Started with prescription stuff after a work injury, then moved to whatever I could get my hands on when the scripts ran out. My dad let me stay at his place after I lost my apartment in St. John's. He thought the quiet would help me get clean. Instead, I just found new ways to use without him knowing. One of my habits was taking these long, meandering walks at night when I was high. Something about the pitch-black darkness and complete silence felt right when my mind was racing and my body felt like it was floating. I'd wander for hours down gravel roads, past shuttered houses, and occasionally into the woods that surrounded everything. Looking back, I must have been a terrifying sight to anyone who might have spotted me from their windows. This gaunt, pale guy with huge pupils and messy hair stumbling around at 3 in the morning. But I never thought about that then. I was too wrapped up in my own head. This particular night, the one that changed everything, started like any other. It was early October, cold enough that I needed a jacket but not freezing yet. Dad had gone to bed around 10, and I waited until midnight before taking my stash out from the loose floorboard in my room. I crushed 2 pills, snorted them, and waited for that familiar warm blanket to wrap around my brain. Once I felt the high kick in, I slipped out the back door, careful not to let it creak. The moon was just a sliver that night, barely providing any light as I made my way down our long gravel driveway to the road. I remember feeling particularly good, like I was floating a few inches above the ground with each step. I took my usual route at first, heading down the main road toward where it curves around Harper's Pond. But something in me wanted to go further that night. Maybe it was the drugs making me bolder, or maybe I was just bored of the same scenery. Either way, I veered off onto a dirt path that I'd noticed before but never explored. The path was narrow, clearly made by animals rather than people. It wound through dense spruce trees that crowded in so close I had to push branches away from my face. The deeper I went, the darker it got, until I could barely see a few feet ahead. But I kept going, using my phone's flashlight when it got too dark to navigate. After walking for maybe 20 minutes, the path opened into a small clearing. There was a circle of stones in the center with the blackened remains of old campfires. Empty beer cans were scattered around, and someone had dragged a few logs to use as makeshift seats. It was clearly a party spot for local teenagers, but it was abandoned now. Standing there, staring at those fire remains, a sudden clarity cut through my high. What if someone was camping here? What if they saw me, this wild-eyed, twitchy stranger, emerging from the darkness? They'd think I was there to hurt them. They might even have a gun. In rural Newfoundland, plenty of people keep hunting rifles. This realization sent a jolt of paranoia through me, and I decided to keep moving rather than turn back. There was another path leading away from the opposite side of the clearing, so I took it, hoping it would eventually loop back to the road. But this path was even less defined than the first one. After another 10 minutes of walking, I wasn't even sure it was a path anymore. The trees got thicker, and the ground became uneven with roots and rocks. My phone battery was at 15%, and I was starting to sweat despite the cold. That's when I first heard it, a crack of a branch somewhere behind me. I froze, holding my breath. Nothing but silence followed, so I kept walking, moving faster now. A few minutes later, I heard it again, closer this time. Another crack, followed by what sounded like breathing. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded weak and frightened even to my own ears. No response, just the rustling of leaves in the slight breeze. I picked up my pace, no longer caring about direction, just wanting to put distance between me and whatever was back there. My high was turning sour, morphing from euphoria into anxiety. Every shadow looked like a crouching figure. Every sound seemed to be following me. After stumbling through the underbrush for what felt like forever, I emerged onto what looked like an old railway bed, a flat, straight path cutting through the forest. Relief washed over me. These old tracks always connect to somewhere. People built them to get from one place to another, not to wander aimlessly like I had been doing. I turned left, guided by some instinct I couldn't explain, and started walking. The railway bed was overgrown, but still much easier to navigate than the forest. I switched off my phone flashlight to save battery, using just the faint moonlight to guide me. That's when I spotted the cabin. It was set back from the railway bed about 30 meters, nestled among a stand of birch trees. Small, maybe 1 or 2 rooms at most, with a metal chimney poking through its slanted roof. In the dim light, I could see it was old, but not abandoned. There was a clean plastic bucket beside the door and a pair of muddy boots placed neatly on a small porch. Someone lived there, or at least used it regularly. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't want to be seen, didn't want to explain what I was doing, wandering through the woods at, I checked my phone, 3:15 in the morning. I crouched down and moved off the railway bed, circling wide around the cabin. As I passed, I noticed a faint light inside, maybe from a lantern or candle. Was someone awake in there? Were they looking out the window right now, seeing my shadowy figure creeping around their property? The thought sent me into a panic, and I moved faster, no longer caring about being quiet. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and hands. At one point, I tripped over a fallen log and went sprawling, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I lay there for a moment, gasping, certain that whoever was in the cabin must have heard me and would come investigating, but no one came. After catching my breath, I got up and kept moving, putting as much distance between me and the cabin as possible. Eventually, I found another path, this one wider, with fresh tire tracks cutting through the mud. A logging road. I followed it, hoping it would lead me back to civilization. My high had completely worn off by this point, replaced by exhaustion and a gnawing fear that I was hopelessly lost. After what felt like hours, the logging road merged with a paved one that I recognized, Route 203, about 5 kilometers from my dad's house. The sky was starting to lighten, the first gray hints of dawn appearing on the horizon. I checked my phone, 5:47 a.m. I'd been wandering for almost 6 hours. The walk back to my dad's place was grueling. My legs ached, my feet were blistered, and my hands were scraped raw from my fall. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the creeping dread that had settled into my bones. Something had been out there in the woods with me. I was sure of it. As I approached our neighbor's property, you had to pass it to get to our driveway. I saw Mr. Parsons already outside, collecting his morning paper from his mailbox. I froze, suddenly aware of how I must look. Dirty, disheveled, wild-eyed, emerging from the pre-dawn darkness. Mr. Parsons spotted me and stiffened. He was an older guy, probably in his 70s, and lived alone since his wife died. We locked eyes for a moment, and I saw something in his face I'll never forget, pure, undiluted fear. "Morning," I tried to call out, but my voice was a rasp. He didn't respond. Instead, he clutched his paper to his chest and hurried back to his house, looking over his shoulder repeatedly to make sure I wasn't following him. I heard his door slam and the distinct sound of a lock turning. That's when it hit me like a punch to the gut. I was the monster. I was the thing people feared in the dark. The pale stranger with wide, unnatural eyes lurking at the edge of the woods at dawn. If I had seen someone who looked like me, I would have run too. I made it back to my dad's house and slipped in through the back door, careful not to wake him. In the bathroom mirror, I barely recognized myself. My face was scratched, my eyes sunken and ringed with dark circles, my clothes filthy. I looked like someone who'd crawled out of a grave. 2 days later, Mr. Parsons mentioned to my dad that he'd seen someone suspicious lurking near his mailbox at dawn, said it looked like one of those meth addicts from the news. Dad dismissed it, saying it was probably just a hiker passing through. But I knew what I'd become. A week after that night, I found myself back on that same road, high again, drawn like a moth to flame. But this time, I stopped at the entrance to that first path and couldn't make myself go in. All I could think about was the sound of those footsteps behind me, the breathing in the darkness, and the terrified look on Mr. Parsons' face. 3 months later, I checked myself into rehab. It wasn't easy, and I'm still fighting every day to stay clean. But whenever I feel the urge to use again, I think about that night in the woods and remind myself that I never want to be that person again. The stranger in the darkness, the thing people tell stories about around campfires. I still don't know what was following me in those woods. Maybe it was just an animal, or maybe it was another lost soul like me, or maybe it was nothing at all, just the drugs and the darkness playing tricks on my mind. But sometimes when I wake up from those nightmares, drenched in sweat and heart racing, I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there that night is still watching, still waiting. And I wonder if, in becoming the monster myself, I somehow called to the real ones lurking in the shadows. Story 8. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me when I was 7. It's been over 20 years, but the memory is as clear as if it happened yesterday. Some things you just don't forget, no matter how much time passes. I grew up in a small town in Bavaria, Germany. Our house was about a 15-minute walk from the sports hall where I had handball practice 3 times a week. My parents were always busy with work, so from a pretty young age I was allowed to walk there by myself. It wasn't a big deal back then. Lots of kids my age had that kind of independence, especially in our safe little community. The route to practice was simple enough. I'd walk down our street, past the bakery where the owner would sometimes give me a free pretzel, then through a small park. The tricky part was crossing Hauptstrasse, the main road that cut through our town. It wasn't supposed to be dangerous, but people drove way too fast there. The speed limit was 30 kilometers per hour, but nobody really followed it. My mom had drilled into me over and over to be extra careful crossing that road. Look left, right, then left again, she'd always say. Don't trust the drivers to see you. I was a cautious kid and took this seriously. I'd stand at the edge of the curb, looking both ways multiple times before stepping onto the road. I must have crossed that street hundreds of times without incident until that Tuesday in October. It was a gray afternoon, not raining but with that heavy feel in the air like it might start any second. I remember wearing my favorite red jacket and carrying my handball gear in my blue backpack. School had finished early that day, so I was heading to practice a bit earlier than usual. I was actually excited because our coach had promised we'd play a proper match rather than just doing drills. I approached Hauptstrasse like I always did, stopping at the curb and looking both ways carefully. The road seemed completely empty in both directions. I checked again, left, right, then left once more. Nothing. I stepped onto the road. That's when everything slowed down in that weird way that only happens in moments of absolute terror. Out of nowhere, and I swear this car wasn't there a second before, a black BMW came speeding around the bend. It must have been going at least 80 kilometers per hour. The driver was looking down, probably at a phone or something. He hadn't seen me at all. I froze. My body just locked up completely. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch as this car barreled toward me. In that split second, I knew with absolute certainty that I was going to die. I remember thinking about my mom and how sad she would be. Then something impossible happened. I felt two strong arms wrap around my stomach from behind. The grip was firm but not painful, like when my dad would pick me up to put me on his shoulders. Before I could process what was happening, I was yanked backward, pulled right off my feet. I landed back on the sidewalk, sitting on my butt as the BMW roared past me, missing me by centimeters. The driver never even slowed down, probably never even saw me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. For a few seconds I just sat there, trying to catch my breath. Then I remembered. Someone had pulled me back. I spun around, ready to thank whoever had saved my life. There was nobody there, not just no person who could have pulled me back. The entire street was empty. No pedestrians, no cars parked nearby, no open shop doors where someone could have run back inside. It was as if the whole world had momentarily paused, save for me and that speeding car. I stood up, my legs shaking. I turned in a complete circle looking for my rescuer. Nothing. It made no sense. I had felt those arms around me. It wasn't my imagination. I'd been physically moved from the middle of the road back to the sidewalk. Someone or something had to have done that. Scared and confused, I decided to skip practice and go straight home. I practically ran the whole way back, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I burst through our front door, my mom was in the kitchen preparing dinner. She took one look at my face and immediately put down her knife. "What happened?" she asked, kneeling down to my level. "Are you hurt?" I started crying as I told her everything. The empty road, the car appearing out of nowhere, the arms pulling me back, and then finding no one there when I looked. I was expecting her to be confused or tell me I must have jumped back on my own without realizing it, but she didn't. Instead, she hugged me tight and said, "That was your Schutzengel, sweetheart, your guardian angel." I'd heard about guardian angels in church, but I'd always thought of them as just a nice story. My mom seemed so certain, though. "Everyone has angels watching over them," she continued, stroking my hair. "Maybe it was your great-grandfather Otto. He passed away before you were born, but he would have loved you very much." I didn't know much about my great-grandfather then. He died when my mom was just a teenager, and we didn't have many photos of him displayed in our house. But something about what my mom said felt right. That night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was standing in a beautiful meadow filled with wildflowers. The sun was bright, and everything seemed more colorful than in real life. A few meters away stood a man I didn't recognize. He was tall, with thick white hair and the bushiest eyebrows I'd ever seen. He was smiling at me. Next to him, to my absolute shock and joy, was Billy, my dog who had died from kidney failure just a year earlier. Billy had been my best friend since I was 3. Losing him had been devastating. In the dream, Billy looked healthy and young again. His tail was wagging like crazy, and he seemed desperate to run to me. But the man had his hand gently on Billy's head, as if asking him to stay put. I approached them both slowly. When I got close, Billy licked my hand, and I felt it, actually felt his wet tongue on my skin. It wasn't like normal dreams where sensations are muted or missing. I looked up at the man with the bushy eyebrows. "Thank you for taking care of Billy," I said. The man just smiled and nodded. He never spoke, but somehow I understood that Billy was happy and safe with him. Then the man put his hand on my shoulder. It was the same firm but gentle touch I'd felt when I was pulled from the road. I knew immediately that he was the one who had saved me. I woke up crying, but not from sadness. It was more like relief and gratitude all mixed together. I told my mom about the dream at breakfast. When I described the man with the bushy eyebrows, her coffee cup froze halfway to her mouth. "That sounds exactly like my grandfather Otto," she said. "But how would you know what he looked like?" I didn't have an answer. I'd never seen a picture of him that I could remember. Life went on after that day. I continued going to handball practice, though for a while my dad walked with me. I was extra careful crossing Hauptstrasse, but nothing unusual ever happened there again. It wasn't until I was 13, visiting my grandmother's house, that the final piece fell into place. We were looking through old photo albums, and she turned to a page with a formal black and white portrait of a man in a suit. I gasped. It was him, the man from my dream. The same bushy eyebrows, the same kind eyes, the same gentle smile. "That's great-grandfather Otto," my grandmother said, noticing my reaction. "Did your mother tell you about him?" I couldn't speak. I just nodded, staring at the photograph. There was no way I could have known what he looked like. No way at all. Yet there he was, exactly as I'd seen him in my dream 6 years earlier. I've told this story to only a few people over the years. Some think I made it up, or that my brain played tricks on me during a traumatic moment. Others suggest I must have seen a photo of my great-grandfather before and forgotten about it. But I know what I felt that day. Those arms pulling me to safety were as real as anything I've ever experienced, and seeing Billy again, even in a dream, brought me a comfort I didn't know I needed. I'm not particularly religious, and I don't have all the answers about what happens after we die. But I know with absolute certainty that something unexplainable happened to me that day. Whatever or whoever saved me, I'm grateful. Sometimes when I'm walking alone at night, I still get the sense that I'm not really alone. Not in a creepy way. It's comforting, like someone's looking out for me. I wonder sometimes if Billy and my great-grandfather are still out there together, keeping an eye on me. I like to think they are. And on the toughest days, when life gets overwhelming, I remember those strong arms that pulled me back from certain death, and I find the strength to keep going. I don't know why I was saved that day when others aren't so lucky. I don't know if everyone has guardian angels or if I'm just special for some reason. But I do know that there are things in this world that we can't explain. Things that defy our understanding of what's possible. And sometimes, just sometimes, those unexplainable things save our lives. Story 9. I've never told anyone about this except my therapist, and even she seemed skeptical. But I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar that might help me make sense of it. This happened back when I was 7, growing up in Pinehurst. It was a quiet suburban neighborhood. You know the type, where all the houses look pretty similar, and everyone has these perfectly manicured lawns. Our house backed up to this huge wooded area that all the neighborhood kids played in. There were these little dirt paths worn through the trees from years of kids running back and forth between houses. It was our playground, our adventure zone, our everything. My twin brother Daniel and I spent practically every day after school in those woods. We'd build forts, play hide and seek, pretend we were explorers discovering new lands, normal kid stuff. Our mom had this rule that we always had to stay together, which we usually did. Looking back, I think that rule might have saved our lives. It was early October, right when the leaves were starting to change. I remember it was a Tuesday because we didn't have much homework, and Mom said we could play outside until dinner. The air had that crisp fall feel to it. Not quite cold, but definitely not summer anymore. Daniel and I headed straight for the woods after getting home from school. We still had our backpacks on because we were too excited to drop them off inside. I remember I was wearing this blue windbreaker that made this swishing sound when I moved. Funny the details you remember about the worst day of your life. We were running down our favorite trail, the one that wound behind about 5 houses before looping back around to the creek. We called it the mountain path because there was this small hill that, to our 7-year-old minds, might as well have been Everest. We were racing, and I was ahead by a few steps. I remember feeling so alive, that special kind of childhood happiness where nothing matters except that moment. Then we rounded this bend in the path, a sharp turn that curved around a huge oak tree, and that's when everything just stopped. Standing there, maybe 15 feet ahead of us on the path, was a clown. Not like a birthday party clown or anything normal. This was wrong. It was just standing there, completely still, staring at us. I don't think I'll ever forget what it looked like. The makeup wasn't bright and cheerful. It was smeared with these exaggerated red lips that stretched almost to its ears. The white face paint was patchy, like it had been applied in a hurry. And the costume wasn't the colorful kind you'd expect. It was this dirty off-white outfit with these giant red buttons. But the worst part was how utterly still it was, not moving at all, not even seeming to breathe, just staring at us with these dead, emotionless eyes. I remember looking at Daniel, and his face was just pure terror. I'm sure mine was too. We didn't say a word to each other. We didn't need to. In that split second of eye contact, we both made the decision to run. We spun around so fast I nearly fell, and we sprinted back down that path faster than I've ever run in my life. I could feel my heart slamming against my ribs, and my lungs were burning. My backpack was bouncing painfully against my back as we ran. I kept waiting to feel hands grab me from behind. I kept expecting to hear footsteps chasing us, but there was nothing except our own panicked breathing and the sound of our sneakers pounding on the dirt. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the woods and into our backyard. We crashed through the back door, startling our mom, who was making dinner. We were hyperventilating, crying, trying to explain what we'd seen. Mom thought someone had hurt us at first. That's how terrified we looked. When we finally managed to tell her about the clown, she called Dad, who came home early from work. He took a flashlight and walked through those woods with 2 other neighborhood dads, but they didn't find anything. No clown, no evidence anyone had been there. Dad said it was probably just some teenager trying to scare little kids, but even as he said it, I could tell he was worried. For weeks afterward, we didn't go near those woods. Mom drove us to school instead of letting us walk. Dad installed better locks on all the doors and windows. Everyone was on edge because this was right around when those creepy clown sightings were happening all over the country. Remember those? Where people dressed as clowns were spotted standing in weird places, sometimes approaching kids. It was like some sick trend. Eventually, the neighborhood calmed down. No more clown sightings were reported. Daniel and I slowly started playing outside again, though we stuck to the front yard for a long time. And strangely enough, we never really talked about what happened. It was like this unspoken agreement to just not mention it. Fast forward 16 years. I'm 23 now, living about an hour away from Pinehurst, finishing up graduate school. Daniel and I are still close, though not as close as we were as kids. He went to college across the country, and we mainly keep in touch through texts and occasional video calls. During one of his visits home last summer, we went out for drinks. We were reminiscing about childhood stuff, laughing about the time we flooded the bathroom trying to build a water slide, that sort of thing. And then, I don't know why, but I brought up the clown. Remember that clown we saw in the woods when we were 7? That still freaks me out sometimes. Daniel looked at me with this confused expression. What clown? I thought he was joking at first. Come on, the clown in the woods behind our house. We were running on the mountain path, came around the bend, and there it was, just standing there. We ran home crying. He shook his head slowly. Jason, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. That's when this cold feeling washed over me. How could he not remember? It was the most terrifying moment of our childhood. I described everything in detail, the exact spot on the trail, the way the clown looked, how we both made eye contact before running. But Daniel just kept shaking his head. Maybe you had a nightmare about it, he suggested. Or maybe you're mixing up a movie we watched with a real memory. But I knew it had happened. I could still feel that primal fear, could still see those dead eyes staring at us. How could I remember it so vividly if it wasn't real? I kept pressing him about it for weeks after that. I even dug up old news articles about the clown sightings from that year, showing him how it aligned perfectly with what we'd experienced. I was obsessed with making him remember, to validate that I wasn't crazy, that this thing had actually happened to us. Then, about a month after our initial conversation, Daniel called me late one night. "I've been having these weird dreams," he said, his voice tight, "about the woods behind our house." My heart started racing. "And? I still don't remember a clown like you described," he said slowly. "But I do remember running, being scared, and there was something there, but in my memory, it wasn't a person." "What was it?" I asked. "It was like a clown doll or something, hanging from a tree branch, like one of those creepy porcelain dolls, but clown-themed. It was deflated looking, kind of twisted, hanging by its neck from a branch right at eye level. In my dream, the wind makes it turn slowly toward us, and that's when we run." I felt sick, because while that wasn't what I remembered at all, it somehow felt just as terrifying, maybe even more so. We've talked about it dozens of times since then, trying to reconcile our completely different memories of the same event. We've both described every detail we can remember from that day: the weather, our clothes, the exact path we took. Everything matches except for what we saw. I remember a person, a living, breathing clown standing motionless on the path. Daniel remembers an inanimate object, a twisted, hanging clown doll. We can't both be right, but we're both so certain of our memories. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a person, and Daniel's brain altered the memory to make it less traumatic. Or maybe there was a doll, and my fear transformed it into something more threatening. Or maybe one of us is completely misremembering everything. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. What if we're both right? What if whatever was in those woods that day somehow appeared differently to each of us? What if it showed itself in the way that would frighten us the most? I've gone back to those woods a few times as an adult. The neighborhood has changed. New houses built, some of the forest cleared. The mountain path is still there, though it's overgrown now. I've stood at that bend, trying to make sense of what happened, trying to see if any explanation reveals itself. It never does. Just trees and silence. I still have nightmares about it. In them, I'm 7 again, rounding that bend. But in the dreams, the clown isn't standing still anymore. In the dreams, it smiles and starts walking toward me. And when I turn to run, Daniel isn't there. I'm alone. I don't know what we saw that day. I don't know why we remember it so differently. But I know it was real. And I know that whatever it wasn't just some teenager in a costume trying to scare kids. Some things don't have explanations. Some memories don't match up. And sometimes the not knowing is the scariest part of all. Story 10. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate circle, but I need to get this off my chest. I still can't explain what happened, and I'm not even sure I want to know. I live in Pine Grove, a small rural town where everybody knows everybody. About 10 to 12 years ago, I bought this nice little property, 4.5 acres with a decent house and an old barn-like structure about 50 yards from the main building. Nothing fancy, just enough land to have some privacy and enjoy the countryside. The barn became a storage space for my equipment, tools, and some furniture I didn't need in the house. It had this upstairs room that was pretty spacious, and over time, it evolved into a hangout spot for me and my buddies. We'd bring some beers, play cards, jam on guitars, just normal stuff to pass the time in a small town where entertainment options are limited. One thing about that upstairs room, you couldn't sneak up there if you tried. The wooden staircase leading up to it was ancient and noisy as hell. Each step would creak and groan under even the lightest weight. We used to joke that it was our built-in alarm system. Nobody could surprise us up there because we'd hear them coming from a mile away. It was a Friday night in late October. The weather had just started to turn cold, and there was this constant drizzle that had been going on all day. My friends Matt, Tony, and Chris had been over, and we'd spent the evening playing music, having a few beers, and shooting the shit. Nothing wild, We were in our 30s by then, past our crazy party days. Around 11, everyone started heading out. Matt had an early shift the next morning, Tony's wife had texted him to come home, and Chris just tagged along with them. I wasn't ready to call it a night yet, so I stayed behind in the barn. I had my acoustic guitar, and I was working on this song I'd been trying to finish for weeks. The rain had picked up, drumming steadily on the metal roof of the barn. It was actually pretty peaceful, just me, my guitar, and the sound of the rainfall. I'd smoked a joint after the guys left, nothing crazy, just enough to relax and get into the music. I'd done this countless times before. It must have been around midnight when it happened for the first time. I was in the middle of playing when I heard footsteps on the stairs, that distinctive slow creak of someone carefully climbing up. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured one of my buddies had forgotten something and come back. Or maybe it was my dad. He sometimes dropped by unannounced, and he had this slow, deliberate way of walking up those stairs, almost like he was trying not to make noise, but failing miserably because of how creaky they were, so I just kept strumming, expecting the door to open any second. Instead, there were 3 clear, deliberate knocks on the door. Knock, 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 evenly spaced, not urgent, just purposeful. "It's open," I called out, still focused on the chord progression I was working on. Nothing happened, no response, no door opening. I put down my guitar and walked over to the door. "Hello?" I said, then pulled it open. There was nobody there. I stood there for a moment, confused, then stepped out onto the small landing at the top of the stairs and looked down. Empty. I could see all the way to the barn door, which was still closed. The security light outside cast enough glow through the windows that I could make out most of the interior of the first floor. Nobody was there. "Guys?" I called out. Very funny. Silence, except for the rain. I walked back into the room, scratching my head. I convinced myself I must have imagined it. The weed was pretty strong, and maybe I was more tired than I realized, or maybe it was just the old barn settling, making noises that my mind transformed into footsteps and knocking. I sat back down, picked up my guitar, and tried to get back into the zone. But I felt uneasy. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting someone to burst in laughing at how they'd managed to prank me. 2 minutes later, literally 2 minutes, I checked my watch. I heard it again, the same slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs, the same pace, the same creaking pattern I'd heard hundreds of times before when people climbed those stairs. My heart started racing. I put down the guitar and stared at the door. There was no way someone could have gone down those stairs without me hearing them, then come back up again, and I hadn't heard the main barn door open or close either. Then came the knocking again. Knock, 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 same as before. Slow, deliberate, evenly spaced. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who's there?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. No answer. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, then forced myself to move toward the door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. I yanked it open quickly this time, half expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. Nothing. Nobody. Just the empty landing and the stairs leading down into the dim barn. That's when real fear hit me. Not the jump scare kind, but deep, primal fear that makes your skin crawl. I rushed back into the room, grabbed my guitar, my phone, and my jacket, and practically flew down those stairs. I didn't even bother turning off the lights. I just needed to get out of there. I ran all the way to my house, not looking back once. Inside, I locked the door behind me, turned on every light in the place, and sat on my couch, trying to calm down and make sense of what had just happened. I told myself all sorts of things, that I had imagined it, that the old barn makes weird noises, that I was just high and paranoid. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. Those weren't random creaks or settling noises. They were footsteps, and that wasn't the wind or my imagination. Those were deliberate knocks on the door. I didn't go back to the barn for 3 days after that. When I finally did, it was during the daytime, and I made sure to bring my dog with me. Nothing seemed out of place. The room was exactly as I'd left it, lights still on, nothing moved or disturbed. I might have dismissed the whole thing as a one-time weird experience if it hadn't happened again. But it did, about 2 weeks later. And then again, a month after that. Always when I was alone in the barn at night, never when friends were around. The pattern was always the same, the sound of someone slowly climbing the stairs, followed by 3 measured knocks on the door, and never ever anyone there when I opened it. I started avoiding being alone in the barn after dark. If I needed something from there at night, I'd ask a friend to come with me, or I'd just wait until morning. When friends were around, nothing ever happened. It was only when someone was alone, that's when things got even weirder. About 6 months after my first experience, my buddy Liam stayed late one night to help me fix an old motorcycle I was restoring. Around 1 in the morning, I headed back to the house to get some sleep, but Liam wanted to finish what he was working on. He said he'd lock up when he was done. At 3 in the morning, my doorbell rang. It was Liam, white as a sheet and visibly shaking. He told me he'd fallen asleep on the old couch in the upstairs room. He woke up to the sound of someone knocking on the door. 3 slow knocks. Thinking it was me checking on him, he called out that he was fine. The knocking continued. When he opened the door, there was nobody there. He said he grabbed his stuff and ran straight to his car. He was so freaked out that he was going to drive home an hour away in the middle of the night rather than stay at my place. I eventually convinced him to crash on my couch instead. The next morning over coffee, I told him about my experiences. I'd never mentioned them to anyone before, partly because I thought people would think I was crazy, and partly because saying it out loud made it more real somehow. Liam's experience was identical to mine. The footsteps, the 3 knocks, the empty landing. He swore he was stone cold sober too. After that, I started asking subtle questions whenever friends hung out at the barn. Ever notice anything weird about this place at night? Or does this place ever give you the creeps when you're alone? Turns out I wasn't the only one. Tony admitted that once, when he was waiting for everyone to arrive for poker night, he heard someone come up the stairs, but when he opened the door, nobody was there. He thought we were playing a prank on him. Chris had a similar story. He was the first to arrive one evening and heard footsteps outside the room, but couldn't find anyone when he looked. The strangest account came from my cousin Beth, who stayed over one weekend and used the barn room as her guest quarters. She swore she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a misty, translucent figure floating near the window. She described it as human-shaped, but without distinct features, just a swirling mass of what looked like fog. She said it wasn't threatening. It just hovered there for a few seconds before disappearing. Others who've stayed on the property have reported similar sightings. Misty apparitions that appear briefly and then vanish, always at night, always when someone is alone or the only one awake. I've owned this property for over a decade now, and these experiences have continued sporadically throughout the years. The thing is, whatever is in that barn has never seemed malicious. It's never tried to harm anyone or done anything threatening. It just makes its presence known. I've researched the history of the property, tried to find out if anyone died there or if there's some tragic backstory that might explain the phenomena. But there's nothing remarkable in its past, just a regular old farm property that changed hands a few times before I bought it. These days, I still use the barn regularly during daylight hours, and I still host gatherings there with friends, but I never stay there alone after dark anymore. It feels like an unspoken agreement between me and whatever resides there. I respect its space at night, and it leaves me alone during the day. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to communicate with it, maybe set up cameras or recording equipment to capture evidence. But honestly, I'm afraid of what I might find. Or worse, that acknowledging it might somehow make it more powerful or change the seemingly peaceful coexistence we've established. So that's my story. I still have no explanation for what happens in my barn. All I know is that something is there, something that climbs those creaky stairs, knocks 3 times on the door, and disappears without a trace, something that's claimed that space as its own. Story 11. I still can't sleep without checking under my bed. It's been 3 years since it happened, but every little creak in this house sends me into a panic. My parents think I should be over it by now, but how do you get over something like that? I don't think I'll ever feel safe in my own bedroom again. I was 17 when it happened. We lived in this old farmhouse in South Haven that my parents bought when I was 12. It was always drafty and had weird noises, but I loved my attic bedroom. My parents had converted it when we moved in, painted the walls light purple, my choice, put in some better insulation, and fixed up this crooked dormer window that looked out over our front yard. The ceiling slanted down on both sides, and I had my bed pushed against one wall. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. That January was brutal, like record-breaking cold, the kind where your nose hairs freeze when you breathe. We had the heat cranked, but that old farmhouse just couldn't keep up, especially in my attic room. I started sleeping in layers. Sweatpants, thick socks, hoodies. I even wore a beanie to bed some nights. On January 28th, I went to bed around 11 after finishing some homework. I remember being exhausted from swim practice earlier that day. I had 3 blankets piled on me. My comforter, this thick quilt my grandma made me, and this fuzzy throw blanket I'd gotten for Christmas. I fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up at around 2:30 in the morning, absolutely freezing. My teeth were chattering, and I could see my breath in the air. At first, I thought maybe the power had gone out or something. I reached down to pull my quilt up higher because it had slipped down to my waist. But when I tugged on it, it felt stuck, like it was caught on something. I pulled harder, still half asleep and annoyed. That's when I felt it. The quilt tugged back. Not like it was snagged on something, but like someone was actively pulling it from the other direction. My body went rigid. I thought maybe I was dreaming, that weird space between asleep and awake where things don't make sense. I stayed completely still for what felt like forever, just listening. The house was silent except for the usual creaking, but I swear I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. I slowly propped myself up on my elbows and peered over the edge of my bed. That's when I saw him. There was a man lying on the floor beside my bed. He was on his back, partially covered with the end of my quilt that had been hanging off the side. His face was so pale it almost glowed in the darkness of my room. His eyes were open, bloodshot and wide, staring straight up at me, and his hands were gripping my grandmother's quilt. We locked eyes, and neither of us moved. I couldn't even scream. It was like my vocal cords had frozen solid. He didn't say anything either. He just stared at me with those horrible bloodshot eyes clutching my blanket. I don't know how long we stayed like that, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. My brain was screaming at me to do something, but my body wouldn't respond. I kept thinking, this isn't real, this can't be happening. But it was happening, and when his mouth started to curve into this tiny smile, something inside me snapped. I ripped the covers off me and threw them directly at his face. He wasn't expecting it, and the blankets tangled around him. I launched myself across my bed toward the dormer window on the opposite side. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the latch, but I managed to yank it open. Behind me, I heard him thrashing, trying to get out from under the blankets. The window was stuck from the cold, and I had to use both hands to force it up. Cold air rushed in, hitting my face like a slap. I didn't even think about what I was doing. I just needed to get away from him. I climbed out onto the sloped porch roof below my window. It was covered in a thin layer of ice and snow. I heard him moving in my room and panic took over. I didn't climb down carefully like I should have. I just jumped, or more like slid off the edge of the roof and fell. I hit the ground hard. The pain was immediate and blinding. My left ankle twisted underneath me with a sickening crack. I screamed then, finally finding my voice, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Even with the pain shooting up my leg, all I could think was that he might be coming after me. Our closest neighbors were the Ingrams, about 200 yards down the road. I started crawling through the snow toward their house. The ground was frozen solid beneath the few inches of snow, and every movement sent waves of agony through my ankle. The cold bit into my hands and knees. I was only wearing my pajama pants and a thermal shirt, no coat, no shoes. I kept looking back at our house, terrified I'd see him coming after me. The porch light was on, casting this yellow glow that made the shadows around the house look even darker, but I didn't see anyone following me. It felt like it took forever to reach the Ingrams' driveway. My hands were numb, my pajamas soaked through from the snow. I dragged myself up their porch steps, crying from pain and fear, and started pounding on their door. Mr. Ingram answered with a shotgun in his hands. I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw me. This half-frozen teenager sobbing on his porch at 3 in the morning. He helped me inside while Mrs. Ingram called the police and my parents. I was hysterical, trying to explain between sobs about the man under my bed. Mr. Ingram wanted to go check it out himself, but Mrs. Ingram convinced him to wait for the police. They wrapped me in blankets and gave me hot tea while we waited. My ankle had swollen to twice its normal size. The police arrived in about 15 minutes, followed closely by my parents, who were absolutely frantic. 2 officers went to search our house while another stayed with me to take my statement. I kept shivering uncontrollably, even with all the blankets. It wasn't just from the cold. When the officers came back, they confirmed someone had definitely been in the house. But he was gone. What they found makes me sick to my stomach, even now. They said there was evidence he'd been there before, multiple times. They found empty beer cans tucked behind my dresser, a half-eaten protein bar wrapper shoved between my mattress and the wall, and worst of all, they found a strip of fabric from my favorite hoodie, the one I'd been missing for weeks. I'd blamed my little brother for taking it. Under my bed, they found a folding knife. The police think he'd been entering through the basement window, which had a broken latch we hadn't noticed. They said he must have been coming in while we were all asleep, staying hidden in the house and then leaving before morning. The thought of him being in my room while I slept makes me want to throw up. How many nights had he been there watching me? How many times had I been completely unaware that someone was hiding in my own bedroom? They took me to the hospital after that. My ankle was broken in 2 places and I had mild hypothermia, but the physical stuff healed. The other stuff, not so much. The worst part is they never caught him. They found no fingerprints, no DNA, no footprints in the snow leading away from our house. It was like he just vanished. The police increased patrols in our neighborhood for a while, but eventually the case went cold. We moved 3 months later. My parents said it was because they'd been planning to downsize anyway, but I know the real reason. None of us could stand being in that house anymore. I slept on the couch in the living room until we left. I couldn't go back to my attic bedroom. I'm in college now, living in a dorm with a roommate. I never sleep alone if I can help it. I check under my bed every night, sometimes multiple times. I have an elaborate security routine that my friends think is excessive. Doorstop alarm, window sensors, pepper spray within reach. My therapist says it's a normal response to trauma, but what keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of what happened, it's the questions I can't answer. Who was he? What did he want? Was he just some random drifter looking for shelter, or had he targeted me specifically? And the question that haunts me most, is he still out there, watching me? Sometimes when I'm walking across campus at night, I feel eyes on me. I'll turn around, expecting to see those bloodshot eyes staring back at me, but there's never anyone there, at least no one I can see. The police told me it was probably just some homeless guy looking for a warm place to stay during the cold snap. But that doesn't explain the knife, or why he took a piece of my clothing, or why he was lying under my bed instead of hiding somewhere else in the house. I still have my grandmother's quilt. My mom wanted to throw it away, but I couldn't let her. It's the only thing I have left from my old room. Sometimes I touch it and remember his hands gripping it, and I have to remind myself that he's not hiding underneath it anymore. At least, I hope he's not. Because the truth is, I don't know where he is. And I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. Story 12. I still can't shake the events from that winter voyage in 1828. It's been years now. But every time I hear the creak of timber or smell salt air, I'm right back there on the merchant vessel Coventina, where something happened that defies all natural explanation. I was serving as first mate under Captain William Hawthorne, a seasoned sailor from Bristol. We were making our way across the North Atlantic, bearing cargo from Liverpool to Halifax. The journey had been arduous but unremarkable until we reached the waters near Newfoundland. That morning started like any other. The air was biting cold, the kind that gets into your bones and stays there. The waters were choppy but navigable, nothing our crew of 17 hadn't handled before. I remember the date perfectly, January 23rd, because I was noting it in the ship's log when everything changed. Around mid-morning, I was in my stateroom calculating our position. The mathematics of navigation was my responsibility, and I took pride in my accuracy. The Coventina wasn't equipped with the newest instruments, but I managed well enough with my sextant, charts and tables. I'd been working for perhaps an hour, scratching figures on paper, consulting my almanac, when I felt a sudden chill. I thought perhaps a draft had come through the porthole, though I was certain I'd secured it against the bitter cold. I glanced up from my calculations, and my eyes drifted to the captain's cabin adjacent to mine. The door between our quarters was partially open, as was often the case to allow communication between us. That's when I saw him. A man I didn't recognize was sitting at the captain's desk, hunched over and writing on the captain's slate. At first, I assumed the captain had invited someone in. Perhaps one of the crew needed to report something, but I quickly realized I'd never seen this individual before. He wasn't one of ours. The stranger wore dark clothing that seemed oddly dry considering the constant moisture aboard ship. His face was turned slightly toward me, and what struck me most was his expression, or rather the complete lack of one. His features were set in an unnaturally blank stare, his eyes fixed on the slate before him as his hand moved across it. "Sir?" I called out, rising from my chair. The man didn't respond or acknowledge me in any way. He just continued writing. I crossed my cabin in 3 strides and pushed the connecting door wider. "Who are you? How did you get aboard?" Nothing. No response whatsoever. Not even a flicker of recognition that I had spoken. An inexplicable dread washed over me. We were weeks into our journey, hundreds of miles from land. There was no possible way for a stranger to be aboard unless he'd been hiding all this time, which seemed impossible given our limited space and regular inspections. I stepped into the captain's cabin, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Sir, I must insist you identify yourself." As I approached the desk, the figure seemed to become less substantial, almost hazy around the edges. Thinking my eyes were playing tricks, I reached out to grasp his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. The figure was gone. Simply gone. One moment writing at the desk, the next, nowhere. I'm not ashamed to admit I let out a shout. Captain Hawthorne came running almost immediately, followed by the boatswain, Mr. Fletcher. "Bruce, what in God's name?" the captain demanded, finding me standing pale-faced in his cabin. "There was a man," I stammered, pointing to the now empty chair. "A stranger, sitting right there, writing on your slate." The captain looked at the chair, then at me, his expression darkening. "What man? How could there be a stranger aboard?" "I don't know, sir, but I saw him plain as day. He was writing something, and then he vanished." Fletcher exchanged a glance with the captain. I could read their thoughts. Poor Bruce has lost his mind from too many weeks at sea. "The cabin door was locked from the outside when I approached," Captain Hawthorne said slowly. "I had to unlock it to enter. No one could have left." "Check the ship," I insisted. "He must be here somewhere." The captain humored me, ordering Fletcher to assemble the men and search every corner of the vessel. I knew they wouldn't find anyone, but I needed time to collect myself, to make sense of what I'd seen. While they searched, I remained in the captain's cabin, trying to understand. That's when my eyes fell on the slate lying on the desk. There was writing on it, in a hand that wasn't mine, wasn't the captain's, wasn't anyone's aboard the Coventina that I recognized. Someone had written 4 words: "Steer to the northwest." My blood ran cold. I called for the captain immediately. He returned quickly, his face grim from the fruitless search. "There's no one, Bruce. Every man is accounted for." Wordlessly, I pointed to the slate. The captain picked it up, his brow furrowing. "This isn't my writing," he said. "Nor mine," I replied. "And I swear to you, that man, whoever or whatever he was writing on this very slate." Captain Hawthorne was a practical man, not given to superstition despite years at sea where such beliefs ran rampant. But I could see uncertainty in his eyes as he studied the message. "Northwest," he muttered. "That would take us off course. There's nothing but ice fields in that direction this time of year." "I know, sir." The captain placed the slate down carefully, as if it might burn his fingers. "I want to speak to the crew." He assembled everyone on deck, despite the biting cold. 17 weather-beaten faces looked back at us, confused and concerned. The captain explained what had happened. My sighting of the stranger, the mysterious message. He showed them the slate. "Has anyone seen a person aboard who shouldn't be here? Or does anyone recognize this handwriting?" Silence, then murmurs of denial. Nobody knew anything. "And did anyone enter my cabin today for any reason?" More denials. The cabin boy, Thomas, who was responsible for cleaning the officers' quarters, swore he hadn't been in since early morning, and he certainly hadn't written any message. The atmosphere grew tense. Sailors are a superstitious lot, and words like ghost and phantom began to circulate in whispers. Captain Hawthorne dismissed the crew back to their duties, then pulled me aside. "Bruce, I've known you for 7 years. You're the most level-headed officer I've sailed with. Do you truly believe what you saw?" "I do, sir. As God is my witness." He nodded slowly, then looked out across the endless gray expanse of water. "Northwest?" he said again. "What will you do, sir?" He was quiet for a long moment, weighing his options. Our scheduled course would take us southwest toward Halifax. Northwest led to nothing but dangerous waters this time of year. "We'll alter course," he finally said. "Just for a few hours. If we find nothing by nightfall, we'll resume our original heading." I was surprised. "Sir?" "I can't explain your vision, Bruce, nor can I explain that writing. But in all my years at sea, I've learned to respect the unexplainable. Sometimes there are forces at work beyond our understanding." And so at noon, the Coventina changed course, heading northwest into increasingly choppy seas. The crew was uneasy but followed orders. I overheard whispered conversations about ghost ships and sea curses, but everyone performed their duties efficiently. For 3 hours, we sailed northwest, the wind growing stronger, the temperature dropping further. Ice began to form on the rigging. I started to doubt my own experience, wondering if I'd subjected the ship to needless danger based on some hallucination. Then, shortly after 3 o'clock, the lookout's cry rang out from above. "Ship ahoy! 2 points off the starboard bow!" We all rushed to the rail. Through the thickening snow squalls, we could make out the dim outline of a vessel perhaps a mile distant. As we drew nearer, the situation became clear. It was a merchant ship, somewhat smaller than ours, completely surrounded by ice. She was listing badly to one side, her sails in tatters. "She's in trouble," Captain Hawthorne said grimly. "Prepare to render assistance." We approached as close as we dared, careful not to become trapped in the same ice field. Through the speaking trumpet, the captain hailed the distressed vessel. "Ship ahoy! This is the British merchant vessel Coventina. Do you require assistance?" After a moment, a faint reply came back. "This is the Eleanor of Quebec. We are trapped in the ice, 19 souls aboard. We need help." What followed were hours of dangerous work. We couldn't bring the Coventina any closer without risking our own vessel, so we lowered boats and navigated through the ice floes to reach the Eleanor. Her situation was dire. She'd been trapped for 12 days, running low on provisions and fuel. The cold had claimed 2 crewmen already. The survivors were weak, hungry, and desperate. We began ferrying them back to our ship, a few at a time. The rescue operation continued well into the night, with lanterns guiding our boats through the treacherous ice. By midnight, we had brought all 17 survivors aboard the Coventina. They were a pitiful sight, gaunt, frostbitten, some barely able to stand. Our ship's cook prepared hot broth while we found dry clothing and blankets. The captain of the Eleanor, a Frenchman named Durand, wept openly as he thanked us. "How did you find us?" he asked, through tears. We had given up hope. Another day, perhaps two, and we would all have perished. Captain Hawthorne glanced at me, then simply said, "Providence guided us." It wasn't until the next morning, as I was helping distribute breakfast to our guests, that I saw him. A man sitting quietly apart from the others, wrapped in a borrowed blanket, staring out a porthole. I recognized him instantly, the same man I had seen writing in the captain's cabin. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the tray I was carrying. I set it down and approached him slowly, as if he might vanish again. "You," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He turned to look at me, his eyes showing recognition. "You're the officer," he said simply. "Who are you? How were you in our captain's cabin yesterday, writing on his slate?" The man, I later learned his name was Henri Leblanc, the Eleanor's navigator, looked confused. "I don't understand. I've never been in your captain's cabin." "But I saw you. You were writing a message. Steer to the northwest." Leblanc's face drained of color. "Mon Dieu," he whispered. Then it was real. What was real? He gestured for me to sit beside him, which I did, my heart pounding. "Yesterday I was very weak. We all were. I had not eaten in 3 days, saving my portion for others. I fell into a kind of trance. The men thought I was sleeping, but I was experiencing something else entirely. I dreamed, or so I thought, that I was on another ship. A ship I had never seen before. I found myself in a cabin with maps and instruments. There was a slate, and I felt compelled to write on it, to leave a message that might save us. I felt a chill run down my spine. What did you write? Steer to the northwest. I knew our position. I knew if any ship was nearby and came northwest, they would find us. I couldn't speak. Leblanc continued. When I returned to myself, the men said I had been unresponsive for nearly an hour. I told no one of my dream. I thought it was just the delusion of a starving man. Later that day, with the captain's permission, I showed Leblanc around our vessel. When we reached the officers' quarters, he stopped outside the captain's cabin. "This is it," he said softly. "This is the room I saw in my vision. May I?" I opened the door, and he walked in slowly, touching the desk where I had seen his apparition. "I was here," he said. "Somehow, I was here." He described details of the cabin he couldn't possibly have known, the specific books on the shelf, the crack in the corner of the desk, the distinctive pattern of the chair's upholstery. Captain Hawthorne, who had joined us, stood in silent amazement. Finally, he spoke. "I cannot explain what happened here, gentlemen, but I know this. 19 lives were saved because of it." We delivered the survivors to Halifax, where they received medical attention and arrangements were made for their return to Quebec. Leblanc and I spoke several times before parting ways. Neither of us could make sense of what had happened. "Perhaps," he suggested during our final conversation, "in moments of greatest need, the human spirit can reach beyond the limitations of the body." I don't know if that's true. I only know what I saw and what happened afterward. I've never experienced anything like it again, though I've spent many more years at sea. Some nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, seeing Leblanc's blank face as he wrote that message. I've sought explanations, exhaustion, a trick of the light, temporary madness, but none satisfy. The crew called it a miracle. The passengers of the Eleanor called it providence. Captain Hawthorne never spoke of it publicly, but he kept that slate until the day he died. As for me, I know only this. On that January day in 1828, Something impossible happened that saved 19 lives. Call it what you will, a phantom, a vision, a crossing of souls between vessels, but it happened. And not a day passes that I don't wonder how or why I was chosen to witness it. Story 13. I still can't believe it's been over 6 years since that day, April 16th, 2017. The date is burned into my memory like a brand. I was the lead detective on the Millfield Police Department then, working directly under Sheriff Morgan when our annual Easter egg hunt turned into every parent's worst nightmare. I've never shared the full story publicly before, but with Mercer's final appeal denied last month, I think it's time. Maybe writing this will help me process what happened. I still have nightmares about those 3 days. That Sunday morning started like every Easter in Millfield. Clear skies, temperature in the low 60s, perfect for the hundreds of kids running around Sawyer Memorial Park with their colorful baskets. I was off duty, but brought my nephew anyway. The whole town was there. It's our biggest event of the year in this little corner of Oregon. I remember seeing Lily Layton that morning, 8 years old, wearing a yellow dress with little flowers on it, her dark hair in 2 braids tied with ribbons. She had this wicker basket with purple fabric lining that her grandmother had made. I noticed because my nephew pointed her out. They were in the same class. That was around 10:30 in the morning. By 11:15, the screaming started. I was near the refreshment table when I heard Sarah Layton's voice cut through the crowd. "Lily, has anyone seen Lily?" There's something about a mother's panic that makes your blood run cold. I knew immediately this wasn't just a kid wandering off to the playground. I identified myself as police and got to Sarah in maybe 30 seconds. Her husband Mike was already running toward the wooded area calling Lily's name. Within minutes, our off-duty officers had gathered, and Sheriff Morgan arrived 15 minutes later. We immediately divided the park into search zones and started a systematic sweep. The thing about Sawyer Park is that it's not that big, maybe 40 acres total, with a central clearing for picnics surrounded by light woods. There's a creek on the eastern edge, but it's shallow this time of year. A kid doesn't just vanish there unless something very wrong has happened. By 1 o'clock, we had over 100 volunteers searching. By 3, the state police had joined us with their first K-9 unit. The dog tracked Lily's scent to the eastern edge of the park near the maintenance shed and then lost it completely. That's when my stomach really dropped. It suggested vehicle transport. I'll never forget the look on Sheriff Morgan's face when he pulled me aside near that shed. "Jim, this isn't a lost kid anymore," he said, his voice tight. "We're treating this as an abduction." We set up the command center in the community hall across from the park. Sarah and Mike sat in plastic chairs, Sarah clutching Lily's teddy bear, Mike staring at nothing. The guilt I felt was overwhelming. I'd been right there, enjoying the festivities while someone took this child. Night fell, and the temperature dropped into the 40s. The search continued with floodlights and thermal imaging equipment borrowed from the county emergency services. I stayed at the command center, reviewing security footage from the 2 cameras at the park entrance. Nothing obvious, no strange vehicles, no child being carried away screaming. That's what made it worse. Whoever took Lily knew what they were doing. Day 2 was when we found the basket. I was searching with 2 volunteers about a quarter-mile into the woods beyond the park boundary when my foot hit something solid under a pile of leaves. That purple lining was unmistakable, even covered in dirt, and around it, shoe prints, size 11 or 12 work boots, pressed deep into the soft spring soil. The prints told a story I didn't want to read. They didn't come from the direction of the park. They came from deeper in the woods, circled to where we found the basket, then headed back the same way. Someone had been watching from the tree line, waiting. We cast the prints immediately and expanded the search radius to 5 miles. Every cabin, shed, and abandoned building was checked. Deputies went door to door across the county. The media arrived in force, and Lily's photo was everywhere. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed at the station reviewing personnel files of everyone who worked at the park. 16 employees total, from groundskeepers to administrative staff. One name kept nagging at me: Raymond Mercer, 62, seasonal maintenance worker. Started 2 months ago. References checked out, but something felt off. His employment history showed he never stayed anywhere longer than a season, and he moved between states frequently. I was digging deeper into Mercer's background when the call came in. It was 4:17 in the morning on day 3. An anonymous male caller, voice disguised, told the dispatcher, "Check the old Keller hunting cabin. Follow Timber Creek Road 6 miles east. Dirt track on the left marked by 3 stacked rocks." Every available unit responded. I rode with Sheriff Morgan, neither of us speaking during the 20-minute drive. The sun was just starting to rise as we turned onto the dirt track, our headlights catching those 3 stacked rocks, just like the caller said. The cabin was barely visible from the road, small, wooden, probably built in the 60s. No vehicles outside, no signs of life. We approached with tactical teams, announcing ourselves. No response. The door wasn't even locked. Inside was worse than anything I could have imagined, but not in the way you might think. The cabin was clean, organized, a single bed with fresh sheets, a table with coloring books and crayons, a shelf with stuffed animals and children's books, and a wall with Polaroid photos. Dozens of them, dating back decades based on the clothing and hairstyles. Different children, different locations, but always with Easter decorations somewhere in the frame. Sheriff Morgan saw it first, a small pink hair clip on the floor near a braided rug. The same clip I'd seen in Lily's hair at the egg hunt, but no Lily. The K9 units arrived 20 minutes later. The handler let the dogs sniff Lily's teddy bear, and the German Shepherd immediately headed around the back of the cabin, pulling hard. We followed to what looked like a woodpile, but the dogs started digging frantically at the ground beside it. That's when I noticed the outline of a trapdoor covered with dirt and leaves. I still remember the sound of that heavy wooden door creaking open, the smell of damp earth and fear that wafted up. A ladder descended into darkness. I was first down, flashlight in one hand, gun in the other, calling Lily's name. The cellar was about 12 feet square, concrete walls, a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling that I reached up and pulled. And there, huddled in the corner on a makeshift bed of blankets, was Lily Layton, alive. She didn't speak when I approached, just stared with eyes too wide, too knowing for an 8-year-old. I holstered my weapon and crouched down, keeping my distance. "Lily, I'm Detective Jim Harrison. We've been looking everywhere for you. Your mom and dad are so worried." She nodded slightly but didn't move. "Are you hurt? Is anyone else down here with you?" She shook her head, then whispered, "He said he'd be back with breakfast." We got her out of there in minutes, wrapped her in a shock blanket, and had EMTs check her over while I radioed the news. The relief in the dispatcher's voice when she acknowledged nearly broke me. Lily wouldn't talk much at first, but gradually, with her parents and a child psychologist present, she told us what happened. The Easter Bunny helper, that's what he called himself, had approached her near the maintenance shed, saying there were special golden eggs hidden in that area for only the extra special kids. He wore a Parks Department uniform and had a clipboard. She'd followed willingly. The description matched Raymond Mercer perfectly. We arrested him that evening at his rented room on the edge of town. He was packing his car, clearly planning to disappear. The evidence we found in that room and a storage unit he rented under another name tied him to 7 other child disappearances across 3 states, all during Easter celebrations, dating back to 1984. His method was always the same: get seasonal work with organizations that ran Easter events, use his position to isolate children, and manipulate them into going with him willingly. No force, no struggle, no witnesses. The trial revealed the full horror of his decades-long predation. I sat through every day of testimony, watching this ordinary-looking older man with wire-rimmed glasses and thinning gray hair as the prosecutors detailed his crimes. He never showed emotion, not even when the jury returned 7 consecutive life sentences. What haunts me most isn't just what happened to Lily and those other children. It's how easily Mercer infiltrated our community. He passed background checks because he never had a record. He was simply never caught. He used our trust against us, exploited our small-town belief that everyone is basically good, Millfield still holds an Easter egg hunt, but it's different now. Every volunteer undergoes extensive background checks. Children wear tracking bracelets. Parents stay within eyesight of their kids. The innocence is gone. We never found out who made that anonymous call that led us to the cabin. The voice analysis was inconclusive, and the call came from a burner phone purchased with cash at a truck stop 50 miles away. Sometimes I wonder if it was Mercer himself, some twisted part of his psyche that wanted to be caught. Other times I think it might have been someone who suspected him but was too afraid to come forward directly. Lily is 14 now. Her parents say she's doing well, all things considered. She's in therapy, plays soccer, has friends. But Sarah told me she still won't go near parks, and she's never again participated in an Easter egg hunt. As for me, I can't look at colorful Easter baskets without feeling sick. I watch seasonal employees at parks and events with suspicious eyes. And every year, when April comes around, I remember those 3 days when our community lost its innocence and nearly lost Lily Layton. Story: I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me when I was 9. I'm 23 now, but I still wake up some nights feeling cold water around my ankles and that sensation of something sliding across my foot. I grew up in the outskirts of Changsha, in one of those neighborhoods that was constantly changing. My family lived in an apartment complex that bordered an old industrial zone that was slowly being redeveloped. Construction sites would appear and disappear, buildings would be demolished, new foundations would be dug, and then sometimes the projects would just stop for months or years. That summer was particularly hot. School was out, and my parents both worked long hours, so I had a lot of time to myself. I spent most days exploring with friends, but this day, everyone was busy or away visiting relatives. I was bored and decided to explore some of the construction areas near our complex. There was this one site that had been abandoned for almost a year. The developer had gone bankrupt or something. It was just a big area of concrete foundations, rebar sticking out of the ground, and piles of construction materials slowly weathering away. We weren't supposed to play there. Our parents had warned us many times, but all the neighborhood kids did anyway. I was climbing over a pile of broken concrete when I noticed something I'd never seen before. Hidden behind some tall weeds and partially covered by debris was what looked like a metal door set into the ground. It was rusty and old, obviously predating the recent construction. I'd heard from my grandfather that there were old bomb shelters and tunnels scattered throughout the city, built during different periods of conflict, but I'd never actually seen one. The door had a heavy padlock on it, but as I got closer, I noticed something strange. It was slightly ajar. The lock was still attached to the latch, but it wasn't closed properly. Someone had been here recently. I still remember pausing there, looking at that dark gap between the door and frame. Something inside me was saying to leave it alone, to go back to the apartment and watch TV or play video games. But the curiosity was overwhelming. How many chances would I get to explore a real underground shelter? What treasures or secrets might be down there? I pulled the door open wider. It made this awful creaking sound that echoed into the darkness below. A gust of cold, damp air hit my face, carrying a musty smell that made me wrinkle my nose. It wasn't necessarily bad, just old. The smell of places that haven't seen sunlight in years. There were concrete stairs leading down, disappearing into darkness. I hesitated again. I had my little keychain flashlight, but its weak beam barely penetrated the gloom. Still, I was 9, and caution wasn't exactly my strong suit. I started down the stairs. The temperature dropped immediately. It was like 35 degrees outside, typical summer heat, but down there it felt like winter. The concrete walls were slick with condensation, and my footsteps echoed strangely, like the space below was much larger than I expected. 23 steps. I counted them as I descended. The light from the open door grew dimmer with each step, and my little flashlight became more necessary. By the time I reached the bottom, I was relying entirely on that weak beam. The stairway opened into what looked like a corridor. My flashlight wasn't strong enough to see the end of it. The floor was wet, not just damp, but covered in standing water. It looked black in the poor light, completely still, like a mirror reflecting nothing. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, shining my light around. The walls were bare concrete, with patches of some dark growth that might have been mold. There were a few metal doors along the corridor, all closed, and that water, it seemed to extend the entire length of the passage, at least as far as my light could reach. I should have turned back then. Everything about this place felt wrong. The air was too cold, too heavy with moisture and that earthy, decaying smell. But I had come this far, and I wanted to at least see what was behind one of those doors. I stepped off the last stair into the water. It was shockingly cold, soaking through my canvas shoes immediately. It wasn't very deep, maybe 10 centimeters, but it was enough to make walking uncomfortable. I took a few more steps forward, the water making soft splashing sounds that seemed too loud in the silence. I was about 5 meters from the stairs when it happened. Something brushed against my ankle under the water, something solid but yielding, like a thick piece of rubber. Before I could even process what I'd felt, it moved across the top of my foot, sliding in a deliberate way that made my skin crawl. It was cold, colder than the water around it, and slick, with a texture I can only describe as wrong. It moved fast, whatever it was, quick enough that I barely had time to register the contact before it was gone. I froze, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. My flashlight beam skittered across the black water, but I couldn't see anything beneath the surface. The water was too dark, too opaque. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and trembling. The word bounced off the concrete walls, returning to me distorted and strange. No answer came back, but something else happened that I still can't explain logically. The water around me began to move, not in waves or ripples like something had disturbed it, but in a pattern. It was subtle at first, just small movements that I noticed at the edge of my flashlight beam. Then it became more pronounced, the surface of the water seeming to rise and fall in places, as if the water itself was breathing, and it was moving toward me. From all directions, these ripples and disturbances were converging on where I stood. Panic hit me like a physical blow. I turned and lunged for the stairs, splashing loudly through the water. My foot slipped on something slimy on the concrete floor, and I fell forward, catching myself with my hands. The flashlight went flying, its beam spinning crazily across the walls before going out as it hit the water. I was in near total darkness now, just the faint glow from the open door at the top of the stairs providing any light at all. I scrambled to my feet, feeling the water around me churning with more activity. Something bumped against my leg, harder this time, like it was testing me. I ran. I've never run so hard in my life, splashing through the water, slipping and sliding on the stairs as I clawed my way upward. Behind me I heard the water moving more violently, splashing against the walls of the corridor. There was another sound too, a sort of wet sliding noise that seemed to be following me up the stairs. I burst out of that doorway into the blinding sunlight, gasping for breath. I slammed the metal door shut behind me and collapsed on the ground next to it, my clothes soaked from the waist down, my heart feeling like it would explode. When I finally caught my breath and looked down at my legs, I saw thin scratches running from my ankles up to my knees. They weren't deep, but there were dozens of them, like I'd run through thorny bushes, except there had been nothing in that water to cause scratches like that. Nothing I could see anyway. The smell clung to me. Wet earth and something else. Something that reminded me of the time we found a dead cat behind our building. The smell of things that have been dead for a while. I went home and showered immediately, scrubbing my skin until it was red. I threw away the shoes I'd been wearing. I told my parents I'd fallen into a dirty puddle at the construction site and got scolded for playing there when I wasn't supposed to. I didn't tell them about the shelter or what happened inside. I couldn't find the words, and I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. For weeks afterward, I avoided that construction site. When my friends wanted to play there, I made excuses. Eventually, construction resumed, and the area was fenced off properly. I never saw that metal door again. I assume it was buried under new concrete or removed during the construction. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just trash floating in the water. Maybe there were eels or fish that had somehow found their way into the flooded shelter. Maybe the moving water was just currents caused by my own movement or by leaks in the ceiling. But none of those explanations account for the deliberate way the water moved toward me, or the feeling of something touching me, exploring me with what felt like curiosity and hunger. None of them explain the scratches, or why to this day I can't stand in water where I can't see the bottom. Last year, I was doing research for a university project and came across old city records. I discovered that the area where I lived had once been the site of a military hospital during the 1950s. The records mentioned underground facilities, including morgues where bodies were sometimes kept for extended periods during particularly busy times. I've tried to convince myself that I imagined the whole thing, or at least the worst parts of it, that it was just my childish imagination turning a flooded old storage room into something sinister. But I still have nightmares about it, about dark water rising and falling like it's breathing, about cold, slick things moving beneath the surface, waiting for someone foolish enough to step into their domain. Sometimes in the dreams, I don't make it to the stairs in time, and I wake up with the sensation of something cold and wet wrapping around my legs, pulling me down into black water that swallows all light and sound. I never went back to check if that door was still there after construction finished. I never wanted to know. Some doors should stay locked, some places should stay buried, and some waters should remain undisturbed. Whatever was in that flooded corridor beneath the construction site, I hope it's still sealed away down there in the darkness. Story 15. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. It's been my life. I know the roads, the sounds of my rig, the way the engine purrs when everything's running smooth. I know when something's off. That night in February of 2016, everything was off, but I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. It started as a routine haul from Portland down to San Jose electronics components. Nothing special. I'd done this run dozens of times before. Left around 4 in the afternoon after checking my seals and paperwork. The weather was decent for February. Some light rain, but nothing to worry about. I remember calling Diane before I left, telling her I'd be home in a couple days, just like always. The first few hours were normal. I stopped at my usual diner just outside Salem for dinner, had the meatloaf special and chatted with Brenda, the waitress who's been there forever. She asked about Diane and the grandkids. I showed her some new pictures on my phone. Normal stuff. Back on the road, I settled in for the long haul. Night driving never bothered me. Actually preferred it. Less traffic, cooler temperatures, and there's something peaceful about having the highway mostly to yourself. But lately the night drives had been different. It started about 3 weeks before that night. Just little things at first. My radio would cut out in certain stretches where I'd never had reception problems before. Then it started picking up weird frequencies, garbled voices, static that almost sounded like words. I figured it was just atmospheric interference or something. Then the lights started, not like normal headlights or anything. These were off to the side of the road sometimes, or high up where no lights should be. Bright blue-white, like nothing I'd seen before. They'd follow alongside for a while, then zip away. I never mentioned it to the other guys because, hell, who wants to be the crazy old-timer seeing things? But the cargo issues, those were real. Twice I'd arrived at my destination to find things inside my trailer had shifted, even though the seals were intact. Nothing missing, just moved around. That's when I started taking pictures of the seals before and after. Company thought I was being paranoid, but I knew something wasn't right. Anyway, that night I crossed into Northern California around 11. The rain had picked up a bit, making the road shine under my headlights. I was making good time, had my thermos of coffee, and was listening to a late-night talk show to keep me company. Just south of Redding, around 12:15 or so, my radio started acting up again. First it was just static. Then it turned into that weird, backwards-sounding gibberish I'd heard before. I tried changing stations, but it was on all of them. Then it just died completely. That's when my dashboard lights flickered, just for a second. but enough to notice. My first thought was electrical problems, last thing you want in the middle of nowhere at night. I kept driving, watching my gauges carefully. Everything seemed normal for about 10 more minutes. Then I saw them, those same blue-white lights, but this time they were directly overhead. At first, I thought it might be a helicopter, but there was no sound, and helicopters don't hover that low over highways without making one hell of a racket. I'm not ashamed to admit it, I was getting scared. The lights were pacing me exactly, staying right above my truck no matter how I varied my speed. My hands were sweating on the wheel. Then my truck's electrical system went haywire. Lights dimming, gauges jumping all over the place. My engine started losing power. I remember looking at the clock on my dash, 12:33. That's when I heard a weird noise from the back of my cab, sort of like a humming, vibrating sound. My first thought was the cargo. I hit the button to log an entry. Weight distribution alarm, load shifting, will investigate. There wasn't actually an alarm, but I wanted to document something was happening. I pulled over carefully, put on my hazards, and grabbed my flashlight. The rain had turned the shoulder into mud, so I stepped carefully around to the back of the trailer. The seals were intact, completely untouched. I distinctly remember saying out loud, "That's not possible. The seals are intact." But I could still hear something moving inside. That's when I noticed the blue mist. It wasn't just around my truck. It was seeping out from under the trailer doors, not like smoke or fog. This moved with purpose, swirling around my legs. My flashlight beam just passed right through it like it wasn't even there. I backed away, planning to call dispatch. When I realized I'd left my phone in the cab, I hurried back, slipping a bit in the mud. Just as I reached for the door handle, I felt this pressure, like the air got heavy all around me. The blue mist was everywhere now. The cab door opened on its own. I didn't touch it. It just swung open, and inside. Look, I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. Sitting in my driver's seat was something, not human, not fully formed, like it was made of the same blue mist, but denser, with a shape. Where a face should be, there were just darker spots that might have been eyes. I froze, couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It turned toward me, and the mist around me got thicker, started moving up my body. I remember trying to back away, but my feet wouldn't move. The thing in my seat tilted what passed for its head, and I swear I heard words in my mind, not in English, not in any language I've ever heard. "Who are you? How did you get in the—" That's all I managed to say before the mist covered my face. It didn't choke me. I could still breathe, but it was like breathing in ice, cold all the way to my lungs. My vision went blurry, then dark around the edges. The last thing I remember clearly is being pulled, not physically grabbed, but pulled like there was a hook somewhere inside me, toward my truck, but not toward the door, toward the solid metal of the cab itself. I remember thinking that was impossible, that I was about to smash into it, and then I was somewhere else. I can't describe it properly. It wasn't dark, it wasn't light, it wasn't a room or an open space, it just was. And I wasn't alone. I couldn't see them clearly, just shapes and movements and those same not-quite eyes watching me. There were sounds too, like wails underwater mixed with electronic tones. I don't know how long I was there. Time didn't work right. Could have been minutes, could have been days. They examined me, not with tools or anything, but I could feel them looking inside me somehow. Not just my body, but my thoughts, my memories. I remember fragments after that, being moved through spaces that hurt my eyes to look at, seeing what might have been stars but in colors that shouldn't exist, trying to ask questions but finding my mouth wouldn't work right. At some point, I lost one of my boots. I remember looking down and seeing it fall away into nothingness. Didn't feel them take it off. It just wasn't on my foot anymore. I still had my ID badge though, kept touching it, using it to remind myself who I was. Dale Morrison, truck driver, husband, grandfather, human. The next clear memory I have is standing in a forest clearing, just suddenly there, like waking up from a dream, except I was already standing. It was daytime, but I had no idea what day. My watch had stopped at 12:37. My phone was gone. I still had my badge, clutched so tight in my hand that my fingers were cramped. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. Nothing looked familiar. No road in sight, no sign of civilization, just trees and underbrush and silence. My legs were shaky, weak. I sat down on this flat rock to try to clear my head. That's when I realized they might come back. Whatever they were, they might not be done with me. Panic hit me hard. I started moving, no direction in mind, just away from that clearing. I don't know how long I walked. Hours, maybe. My remaining boot was caked with mud, my sock on the other foot torn to shreds. Eventually, I found what looked like an old logging road, followed it until I came to a highway. Wasn't even sure if it was the same one I'd been driving on. Tried to flag down cars, but no one stopped. Can't blame them. I must have looked like a crazy person. Finally, a police car spotted me. Officer said I was miles from where my truck had been found. Said I'd been missing for days. I tried to explain what happened, but the words wouldn't come out right. Everything sounded insane, even to my own ears. They took me to a hospital. Physical examination showed nothing wrong except dehydration and exhaustion. No injuries, no signs of trauma. Psych evaluation suggested I had experienced a dissociative episode. Said I might have wandered off due to stress or a medical event and invented the experience to fill the gap in my memory. But I know what happened. I know what I saw. Pacific Northwest Transport didn't know what to make of me. Put me on medical leave, eventually offered early retirement, which I took. Diane tries to understand, but I see the worry in her eyes when I wake up screaming, when I refuse to drive at night, when I stare at the sky too long. I left my badge in that clearing about 6 months after it happened, placed it on a rock, hoping they'd take it as a sign. A sign that I acknowledge them, that I've kept their secret, that they should leave me alone now. I go back to mile marker 687 sometimes. Leave flowers, sit in my car and wait. For what, I'm not sure. Answers maybe. Or maybe for them to take me back and explain why they chose me. One thing I know for certain. I'm not the only one. Other drivers have seen the lights, heard the voices, felt the cold. Some talk about it, some don't. The company runs night routes in pairs now through that stretch, says it's for safety reasons, never mentions what happened to me. I still don't know if they were studying us or if I accidentally witnessed something I wasn't supposed to see. All I know is that something impossible happened that night, and I'm still trying to make sense of it, still waiting for them to come back, still wondering if part of me is still there, wherever there is. Story 16. I've been a fishing supervisor in northern Sweden for almost 15 years now. My job mainly involves checking fishing licenses, making sure people follow regulations, and occasionally helping lost tourists find their way back to civilization. But it's not just work for me. Fishing is my passion. There's nothing I love more than grabbing my fly rod and heading out to one of the many secluded lakes dotted throughout our forests. This happened 3 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat thinking about it. There's this one particular lake I used to visit regularly. It's about a 40-minute hike from the nearest logging road, perfectly circular, like someone took a giant cookie cutter to the landscape. Most locals don't even know it exists. No marked trails lead to it, and you have to navigate through some pretty dense forest to find it. I discovered it by accident 7 years ago while tracking a wounded elk that had been hit by a car on the highway. I'd been to this lake maybe 20 times before that day. Always alone, always peaceful. The fishing was exceptional, Arctic char and brown trout that rarely saw hooks or lures. I called it my secret spot, though I'm sure other people stumbled upon it occasionally. That summer evening was warm, maybe 18 or 19 degrees Celsius. The mosquitoes weren't too bad for once, and I had the whole lake to myself. I arrived around 7 in the evening with plans to fish until dusk, which comes late in northern Sweden during summer, sometimes not until 11 at night. Everything started normally. I assembled my 9-foot fly rod, tied on a small elk hair caddis pattern, and waded knee-deep into the cool water. The lake bottom was firm gravel that transitioned to soft silt about 5 meters out, so I was careful not to wade too far. The surface was glass calm except for the occasional ripple when fish rose to feed on insects. By 8:30, I'd caught and released 4 beautiful brown trout. Nothing massive, half a kilo each maybe, but wild fish in a pristine setting. That's what it's all about for me. I was standing in my usual spot on the eastern shore, making long casts toward the center of the lake, where I'd seen several fish rising. That's when everything changed. First, the sun disappeared behind a cloud, which wasn't unusual except there hadn't been any clouds moments before. Then the wind just stopped. Not gradually, but instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. The surface of the lake went completely still, not a ripple or movement anywhere. Next, I noticed the birds had stopped singing. The forest had been full of willow warblers and thrushes all evening, but suddenly there was total silence. Not even the buzz of insects remained. The fish stopped rising too. The lake's surface became unnaturally smooth like black glass. Then came the smell. God, that smell. Like rotting meat and stagnant water mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Something ancient and wrong. It seemed to rise from the ground itself, getting stronger with each second. That's when I felt it. Something was behind me, emerging from the forest. I couldn't see it. I was facing the lake and my body simply refused to turn around. But I knew with absolute certainty that something was watching me from maybe 10 or 15 meters back, just within the tree line. Every hair on my body stood straight up. The temperature around me plummeted. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face, despite it being a warm summer evening seconds earlier. My muscles locked up completely. I couldn't move, couldn't turn my head, couldn't even call out. The fishing rod trembled in my hand, not from my shaking, but from how tightly I was gripping it. I've encountered bears and wolves in the wilderness before. I've even had a close call with a moose during rutting season. But this was different. This wasn't an animal. Whatever was behind me felt wrong, unnatural. My mind couldn't process what my senses were telling me. I stood there, paralyzed, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The presence behind me didn't move closer, but it didn't leave either. It just watched. I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight pressing against my back. My chest tightened until I could barely breathe. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. What terrified me most was that despite being completely frozen with fear, some part of my brain was screaming that I shouldn't turn around, that seeing whatever was watching me would be worse than just feeling its presence, that if I laid eyes on it, something fundamental would break inside me. I don't know how long I stood there. Time seemed to stretch and distort, but eventually something changed. The wind picked up again, just a gentle breeze at first, then stronger. The cloud moved away from the sun. Birds cautiously resumed their evening songs. Fish began rising again, creating small rings on the lake's surface. The oppressive weight of being watched gradually lifted. The temperature returned to normal. The horrible smell dissipated. Whatever had been there was gone, or at least it had retreated. The moment I could move again, I didn't waste a second. I stumbled backward out of the water, almost falling twice, never taking my eyes off the spot in the forest where I'd felt the presence. My hands shook so badly I could barely reel in my line. I didn't bother disassembling my rod, just collapsed the sections roughly and stuffed everything into my backpack. The hike back through the forest was the most terrifying 40 minutes of my life. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Every sound made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced something was following me. I ran whenever the terrain allowed it, tripping over roots and rocks, scratching my arms on branches, not caring about anything except getting away from that lake. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back seat and peeled out down the logging road so fast I nearly went into the ditch twice. I didn't slow down until I reached the main highway and could see other cars, other people, evidence of civilization and normality. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a bear I somehow didn't hear approach. Maybe it was some kind of panic attack or weird atmospheric phenomenon. Maybe the isolation of the place just got to me after all those years of visiting alone. But deep down, I know it wasn't any of those things. Something was there. Something watched me, something that didn't belong in our world. Looking back, there were warning signs I ignored. Every time I visited that lake, I was unusually cautious about bears, even though I've never been particularly worried about them at other fishing spots. I always felt slightly on edge there, even on beautiful sunny days. Like the place was somehow wrong, but the fishing was so good, I pushed those feelings aside. The strangest thing. When I mentioned the lake to an old-timer at the local fishing store a few weeks after the incident, he knew exactly which one I was talking about. He told me the Sami people, the indigenous people of northern Scandinavia, used to avoid that lake entirely. They had a name for it that roughly translates to the eye that watches. According to him, they believed it was a thin place, a spot where something could look through from somewhere else. I've never gone back to that lake. I sold most of my fly fishing gear the following spring and switched to fishing from boats on larger, more populated lakes. My colleagues think I'm crazy for giving up on the solitary fishing I used to love so much. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was there that day is still waiting, still watching, if someone else has stumbled across that perfect circular lake and felt what I felt, or worse, if someone turned around to look at what I was too afraid to see. All I know is that there are places in this world where we don't belong, where something ancient and patient waits just out of sight. And if you ever find yourself in the deep forests of northern Sweden and discover a perfectly circular lake that's not on any map, my advice is simple. Turn around and walk away. Don't look back. Just leave that place to whatever calls it home, because some things are better left unwatched. Story 17. I still have trouble sleeping some nights when I think about what happened at my friend Ryan's place back in 2014. His house was on an old Air Force base in Nevada that had been partially converted to civilian housing. The place had a reputation, suicides, accidents, and stories that the locals would share in hushed tones. I never believed any of it until that night. It was supposed to be just a casual get-together. Me, Ryan, Jessica, and Mike. Ryan's mom was out of town for the weekend, so we planned to hang out, have a few beers, and maybe watch some movies. Nothing crazy. The base itself was pretty empty by then. Most of the military operations had moved elsewhere years ago, leaving behind these cookie-cutter houses with their small yards and chain-link fences. We were all in our early 20s. Jessica and I had known each other since high school, and she always claimed to be sensitive to energies or whatever. Mike was the same way. I used to roll my eyes at their talk about auras and spirits, but after that night, I don't know what to believe anymore. The evening started normally enough. We grilled some burgers, had a few drinks, and were sitting around the living room playing cards. Ryan's house had this sliding glass door that led to a small concrete patio in the backyard. The backyard itself wasn't much, just a small patch of dry grass with a chain-link fence separating it from the alley behind the house. It must have been around 11 at night when we first heard it, a faint scratching at the sliding door. It was so quiet that at first I thought it was just the wind blowing some dead leaves across the patio. But then it came again, more deliberate this time. "Did you guys hear that?" Ryan asked, looking up from his cards. We all nodded. The scratching continued, almost like fingernails lightly dragging across the glass. "Probably just a stray cat," I said, trying to sound casual, but something felt off. The air in the room had changed. It felt heavier somehow. Ryan got up and walked toward the sliding door. The curtains were drawn, so we couldn't see outside. When he reached for the edge of the curtain, Jessica suddenly said, "Wait, I don't think you should." But it was too late. Ryan pulled back the curtain, and we all froze. There was a girl standing on the patio, just standing there. She looked young, maybe 16 or 17, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown, but her face, Jesus, her face. It was cut up, like someone had taken a knife and I can't even describe it properly. Deep gashes across her cheeks and forehead, but there was no blood. Her eyes were open but completely vacant, staring at nothing. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. The girl slowly turned her head toward us, her movements jerky and unnatural. She didn't try to open the door or come closer. She just stared. Ryan let the curtain fall back and stumbled backward. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered, his voice shaking. "Did you all see her?" Jessica asked. Her face had gone completely white. We all nodded. There was no denying what we'd seen. Mike was gripping the arm of the couch so hard his knuckles were white. I felt like I was going to throw up. "We need to call the police," I said, reaching for my phone with trembling hands. "And tell them what?" Ryan replied. "That there's a ghost on my patio?" "That wasn't a ghost," Mike said quietly. "That was something else." We all moved to the living room, away from the sliding door. Nobody wanted to look outside again. Ryan locked all the doors and checked the windows. We sat in silence, listening for any sound from the patio, but there was nothing. About half an hour later, we nearly jumped out of our skins when we heard a car pull into the driveway. Ryan peeked through the front blinds. "It's my mom," he said, sounding relieved and confused at the same time. "She wasn't supposed to be back until tomorrow." Ryan's mom came in with her dog, a huge German shepherd named Rex. She said she'd had a bad feeling and decided to come home early. None of us mentioned what we'd seen. I think we were all afraid she'd think we were drunk or high or something, but the weirdest thing happened when she let Rex off his leash. That dog immediately ran to the sliding glass door and started growling, a deep rumbling sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. He didn't bark, just stood there, hackles raised, staring at the door and occasionally pacing back and forth in front of it. "What's wrong with him?" Ryan's mom asked. "Maybe he smells a coyote or something," Ryan suggested, but we all knew better. Ryan's mom didn't stay long. She just grabbed some clothes and said she was going to stay at her sister's place because the furnace was acting up at their house. She tried to take Rex with her, but he wouldn't budge from his position in front of the sliding door. Eventually, she gave up, saying she'd come back for him in the morning. After she left, we all just sat there, watching Rex growl at whatever was outside. None of us wanted to check the patio again. "I think we should try to figure out what that thing is," Jessica said after a while. "Are you insane?" I replied. "Did you see its face?" "I'm not saying we should invite it in for tea," she said, "but Mike and I might be able to sense something, maybe figure out what it wants." Mike nodded. "The full moon is out tonight. That's when the veil between worlds is thinnest. We might be able to get some answers." I thought they were crazy, but part of me was curious too. Ryan was less convinced. "No way am I opening that door again," he said. In the end, we compromised. Jessica and Mike would go out onto the patio to meditate or whatever it was they wanted to do, while Ryan and I stayed inside with Rex, ready to pull them back in if anything happened. So around 1 in the morning, Jessica and Mike went out onto the patio. The girl, or whatever it was, wasn't there anymore. Rex followed them to the door but wouldn't go outside. He just stood there whining softly. I watched through a crack in the curtains as Jessica and Mike sat cross-legged on the concrete, facing each other with their eyes closed. The full moon was incredibly bright, casting sharp shadows across the yard. For about 20 minutes, nothing happened. Ryan and I started to relax a little. Then I noticed Jessica stiffen. Her eyes were still closed, but her head turned slightly toward the back fence. Mike's eyes opened, and he was looking in the same direction. I followed their gaze and saw nothing at first. Then I heard it, a soft scurrying sound from behind the fence. My first thought was raccoons or maybe rats, but then I saw a shadow move across the fence slats, not cast upon the fence, moving through the gaps between the slats, like something was rushing back and forth on the other side. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Ryan. He nodded, his face pale in the moonlight streaming through the window. Outside, Jessica and Mike were both on their feet now, slowly approaching the fence. I wanted to call out to them to come back inside, but my voice wouldn't work. They reached the fence and peered over it into the alley. I saw their bodies go rigid. Mike took a step back, but Jessica remained frozen, staring at something in the alley. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I slid open the door and stepped onto the patio with Ryan close behind me. Rex whined but didn't follow. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Jessica turned to look at me, her eyes wide with fear. "There's something in the alley," she whispered. "Something wrong." I approached the fence cautiously. The alley behind Ryan's house was narrow and unpaved, just a dirt path between two rows of fences. The moonlight lit it up almost like daylight, casting everything in a silvery glow. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then my eyes caught it, a spot in the alley about 10 feet away that seemed to absorb the moonlight. It wasn't just a shadow, it was like a hole in reality, the blackest black I've ever seen, darker than anything should be able to be. And around it, the moonlight seemed to bend, creating a weird shadow that radiated outward despite there being nothing there to cast such a shadow. "What the hell is that?" Ryan whispered. "I don't know," Mike replied. "But it's not natural. Nothing should be that dark, even on a moonlit night." As we watched, the dark spot seemed to shift slightly. It didn't move like a solid object, more like a liquid or gas, its edges rippling. Then it began to take shape. Not a human shape, nothing so definite, just a vague form like something trying to remember what it was supposed to look like. "We should go inside," I said, my mouth dry with fear. But Jessica wasn't listening. She reached down and picked up a small garden trowel that was lying on the ground near the fence. Before any of us could stop her, she threw it at the dark spot. The trowel sailed through the air, glinting in the moonlight. It should have just passed through whatever mirage or optical illusion we were seeing and landed in the dirt. Instead, when it reached the dark spot, there was a sound. Not a clang or a thud, but a wet sucking noise that made my stomach turn, and then the dark spot moved. It didn't just move, it darted away with impossible speed, zigzagging down the alley like nothing I've ever seen. Not running, not flying, just relocating itself in rapid, jerky movements. As it fled, every dog in the neighborhood started barking at once. The sound was deafening. We all stumbled back from the fence. Ryan tripped and fell backward onto the grass. Mike helped him up, and we all ran back inside, slamming the sliding door shut and locking it. For the rest of the night, we stayed huddled in the living room with all the lights on. Rex finally calmed down and lay at our feet, but he kept his eyes fixed on the sliding door. None of us slept. We didn't talk much either. What was there to say? When dawn finally broke, we ventured back out to the yard. The trowel was gone from where it had landed. We hesitantly looked over the fence into the alley. There, about 20 feet away, was the garden trowel, stuck headfirst in the hard-packed dirt of the alley. It hadn't just fallen there, it was driven into the ground like someone had hammered it in with incredible force. That was 8 years ago. I've never gone back to that house or that base. Ryan moved out a month later. Jessica and Mike refused to talk about what happened. I've spent countless hours researching similar phenomena, trying to make sense of what we saw. Was it a ghost, a demon, some kind of interdimensional being? I still don't have answers. All I know is that there are things in this world, or maybe outside of it, that defy explanation. Things that shouldn't exist but do. And sometimes, if you're really unlucky, you catch a glimpse of them, and they catch a glimpse of you. Story 18. I've been hesitating to write this down for months, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't explain what happened out there, and part of me doesn't want to know. When my dad passed away last spring, I was shocked to learn he'd left me a 15-acre property with a cabin about 3 hours north of where I live. I never even knew he owned it. We weren't close. He left when I was 12. And our relationship consisted mostly of awkward birthday calls and the occasional Christmas visit. The lawyer explained Dad had purchased this investment property 20 years ago, but rarely visited it himself. The timing couldn't have been better, honestly. I was completely burned out from my IT job, 60-hour weeks, constant emergencies, terrible management. I was having panic attacks in the bathroom stalls. My doctor had been suggesting a leave of absence for months, and this inheritance felt like the universe giving me permission. I requested 3 months off, packed my car with supplies, and headed to the property with my cat, Malcolm. Malcolm isn't your average cat. He's weirdly smart, opens doors, seems to understand full sentences, and has this way of communicating that's almost human. He's been my only consistent companion for 6 years, so there was no way I was leaving him behind. He's good in the car too, just sits in his carrier or on the passenger seat watching the world go by. The property was exactly what I needed. No cell service, no internet, completely off-grid with solar panels and a well. The cabin itself was rustic but solid. 1 bedroom, a living area with a wood stove, small kitchen, and a bathroom with an actual flush toilet. Thank God. The previous caretaker had left it in decent shape, though there was plenty of dust and a few mouse droppings to clean up. Those first couple weeks were perfect. I fell into a simple routine: wake up with the sun, make coffee on the wood stove, spend mornings doing maintenance around the cabin, afternoons exploring the property, evenings reading by lantern light. Malcolm adjusted quickly, finding sunny windowsills to watch the birds and chipmunks. I'd let him outside while I worked around the cabin, and he seemed to enjoy supervised exploration. There was a network of crude trails through the property, mostly just beaten paths through the underbrush. The main trail led from the dirt access road to the cabin, while smaller ones branched off in various directions. One trail led to a small stream about half a mile away, perfect for filtering drinking water when I didn't want to pump from the well. Another led to a clearing with wild blackberry bushes. The back section of the property had denser woods and more elevation changes, with a trail that zigzagged up to a rocky outcropping with a decent view. I started to feel human again. No emails, no calls, no deadlines. Just me, Malcolm, and the woods. I slept better than I had in years, deep and dreamless. Around the 3rd week, I noticed Malcolm acting strange. He'd always been an indoor cat in my apartment, only experiencing nature from my small balcony. But here, he started vanishing into the underbrush for longer periods. I'd call for him, shaking his treat bag, and he'd eventually emerge from some unexpected direction, fur sometimes damp or with burrs stuck to his tail. What bothered me was his demeanor when he returned. Malcolm is normally this chill, confident cat, but after these solo excursions, he'd come back agitated. His pupils would be huge, and he'd pace around the cabin, pausing at windows to stare into the forest. I figured he was just adjusting to having so much new territory to explore. Then I started feeling it too, that sensation of being watched. At first I dismissed it as normal wilderness paranoia. When you're used to city living, the isolation of deep woods plays tricks on your mind, but it became more persistent. During the day, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, only to find nothing there when I turned. At night, I'd hear rustling outside the cabin that didn't sound like the usual forest creatures. The sounds seemed too deliberate, too measured. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like footsteps, heavier than a raccoon or fox would make, circling the cabin after dark. Malcolm's behavior grew increasingly bizarre. He started spending hours perched on windowsills, completely motionless, staring fixedly into the darkness. His tail would occasionally twitch, but otherwise, he'd just watch. One night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find him pressed against the bedroom window, back arched, making this low, growling sound I'd never heard from him before. I got up and peered out into the darkness, but couldn't see anything beyond the reflection of the room in the glass. When I tried to pet Malcolm, he didn't react at all, just kept staring. I ended up leaving the oil lamp on for the rest of the night. About a month into my stay, I decided to follow Malcolm on one of his excursions. It was mid-afternoon, warm for early autumn, with golden light filtering through the leaves. Malcolm had been especially restless that morning, pacing from window to window, meowing at the door. When I finally let him out, he immediately took off toward the back trail, the one leading up to the rocky outcropping. I grabbed my jacket, a water bottle, and a walking stick, then followed him. Malcolm kept looking back as if making sure I was following, then continuing at a pace just fast enough to stay ahead of me. We followed the main trail for about 15 minutes, then Malcolm suddenly veered off onto a barely visible side path I hadn't noticed before. The underbrush was thicker here, the trees closer together, blocking more of the sunlight. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Malcolm moved faster now, and I had to jog to keep him in sight. "Malcolm, slow down," I called, but he just glanced back briefly before disappearing around a bend. By the time I reached the bend, he was nowhere in sight. I called his name repeatedly, but the forest had gone strangely quiet. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my increasingly panicked voice echoing back at me. That's when I felt it, the unmistakable feeling of being surrounded. The hair on my arms stood up, and my scalp tingled. I couldn't see anything unusual, but I could sense movement in the dense undergrowth around me. I heard branches flexing under weight, the soft crunch of leaves, and then, most disturbing of all, the faint jingle of a bell. Malcolm doesn't wear a bell, never has. I turned slowly in a circle, trying to locate the source of the sound, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My heart was hammering so hard, I could feel it in my throat. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" No response, but the rustling stopped momentarily, as if whatever was there had paused to listen. I decided to head back to the cabin. I wasn't equipped for an overnight in the woods, and the sun would start setting in a couple of hours. I turned around to retrace my steps and froze. Lying across the path about 10 feet ahead was my jacket, the same one I was certain I'd put on before leaving the cabin. It was laid out flat, arms spread, as if someone had carefully arranged it there. It wasn't just dropped or discarded, it was deliberately placed, like a marker or a message. I approached slowly, heart pounding. When I got close enough, I could see it was definitely mine. Same faded blue color, same torn pocket, same North Face logo. I hesitantly picked it up, checking the pockets. Empty. I looked down at myself, confused, and realized I was indeed wearing my jacket. The one in my hands was identical in every way. Before I could process this, I heard a familiar meow. Malcolm appeared from behind a fallen log, but he wasn't looking at me. He was staring past me, back arched, tail puffed to twice its normal size. His ears were flat against his head, and he was making that same low, growling sound I'd heard the night before. I spun around but saw nothing, just trees and shadows, but I could feel it. Something watching us from just beyond my field of vision. The forest had gone completely silent again, not even the sound of wind in the leaves. I scooped up Malcolm, who didn't resist for once, and half jogged, half ran back toward the cabin, following the main trail and not looking back. Malcolm was rigid in my arms, his eyes fixed over my shoulder the entire time. We made it back just as the light was fading. I locked the door, closed all the curtains, and lit every lamp I had. Malcolm immediately positioned himself at the window nearest the back trail, staring out into the gathering darkness. I spent that night huddled on the couch with a kitchen knife next to me, listening to sounds outside that I tried to convince myself were just nocturnal animals. The next morning, I woke up to Malcolm pouring at the front door, meowing urgently. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, I found the jacket, the duplicate one I'd left behind in my panic, folded neatly on the stump I used for chopping wood. It was perfectly folded, the way you'd see clothes displayed in a store. That was it for me. I packed up our essentials in 20 minutes, left most of my supplies behind, and drove straight back to my apartment. I've never returned to the property myself, though I occasionally rent it out through a management company to help cover the taxes. I never share the map of the back trails with renters. It's been almost a year now. Malcolm still watches windows more intently than he used to, and sometimes disappears inside our small apartment for hours, despite there being nowhere to hide. And occasionally, in the middle of the night, when Malcolm is curled up asleep beside me, I hear the faint jingle of a bell from somewhere in the darkness of my bedroom. I've checked my entire apartment multiple times. There are no bells anywhere. I don't know what was watching us in those woods. I don't know how my jacket was duplicated or who folded it and returned it to the cabin. I've researched local legends and folklore but found nothing that explains what happened. All I know is that I'll never go back there alone, and sometimes I wonder if whatever was watching us in those woods found a way to follow us home. Story 19. I still get chills thinking about what happened at the stone castle. Even typing this out has my hands shaking a bit. It's been 23 years, but some memories don't fade no matter how much you want them to. Back in the spring of 2000, I was really into urban exploration. I'd spend hours researching abandoned places online, collecting coordinates, and mapping out locations across Ontario. It was a different time, before smartphones and GPS were common. We'd use printed MapQuest directions and actual maps. My boyfriend at the time, Mark, would come along on these adventures, though he was never as enthusiastic as I was. That April weekend was unusually warm. I'd heard rumors about a place locals called the Stone Castle in Oro-Medonte. It was supposedly this massive stone house built in the 1920s, abandoned for decades after a fire gutted part of it. The property had several outbuildings, a barn, stables, a carriage house, and supposedly even a small chapel. What made it particularly interesting was how isolated it was, set back nearly a mile from the nearest road, tucked into the forested hills. I convinced Mark to drive up with me on a Saturday. We packed the usual gear, flashlights, a first aid kit, gloves, and our film camera. We found the overgrown access road exactly where my directions said it would be, barely visible among the trees. Mark was hesitant about driving down it, worried about getting stuck, so we parked at the entrance and decided to walk in. The hike took about 20 minutes through dense forest. When we finally emerged into a clearing, I felt my breath catch. There it was, the stone castle. It was even more impressive than I'd imagined. 3 stories of weathered gray stone with a partially collapsed roof, surrounded by overgrown gardens. Several outbuildings were scattered across the property. A large wooden barn with faded red paint, stone stables, and what looked like a carriage house. "I don't like this place," Mark said immediately. He was standing beside me, staring up at the main house. "Something feels off." I brushed off his concerns. Mark always got nervous on these explorations. "It's just an old house," I told him. "Come on, let's check out the barn first. The main house looks unstable." The barn was massive, with double doors hanging crookedly from rusted hinges. The interior was dim, dust particles dancing in the few beams of sunlight that filtered through gaps in the wooden walls. The ground floor was mostly empty except for some rotting hay and broken farm equipment. A rickety staircase led to the upper level, which was surprisingly intact. Nothing too unusual up there, just some old furniture covered in bird droppings and a few moldy boxes of junk. Mark started to relax a bit, even joking about how this was boring compared to some of our other explorations. Then we found the basement entrance. It was a heavy wooden trapdoor in the floor with a rusted metal ring pull. I remember Mark saying, "Let's skip this part," but my curiosity won out. I pulled open the door, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. I went first, shining my flashlight down the stairs. The air that rose from below was cold and damp, with a strange metallic smell I couldn't identify. The basement was much larger than I expected, with several chambers branching off from the main room. What we found down there still haunts me. The walls of the first chamber were covered in symbols, hundreds of them, drawn in what looked like red and black paint. They didn't resemble any language or religious symbols I recognized. They were chaotic, with sharp angles and curved lines intersecting in ways that seemed to hurt my eyes if I looked at them too long. "Cassandra, we should go," Mark whispered, grabbing my arm. But I pulled away, moving deeper into the basement. The next chamber was worse. There was a crude altar-like structure made from stacked stones in the center of the room. Around it, dozens of burnt black candles had left dark streaks up the walls. On top of the altar was a butcher knife, its blade stained dark brown, and a glass bottle filled with a reddish-brown substance I didn't want to identify. Mark was practically begging me to leave now, but I was frozen in place, my flashlight beam darting around the room. That's when I noticed the third chamber. It had once been a silo, I think, but someone had converted it into a cage. Metal bars had been welded across the entrance, and chains hung from hooks embedded in the stone walls. The floor was dirt, but it had been disturbed, with long furrows dug into it. The walls inside had scratch marks, deep gouges in the stone that couldn't have been made by any animal I knew. But what really got to me were the marks at about human height, like someone, or something, had clawed desperately at the walls. I don't remember much about leaving the basement. Mark practically dragged me up the stairs. I know I was trembling, and I remember the relief of sunlight when we emerged from the barn. "We need to leave," Mark said firmly. "Now." I should have listened. I really should have. But I've always been too curious for my own good. "Let's just check the stables quickly," I said. "Then we'll go." The stables were stone structures about 50 yards from the barn. The doors were missing, giving us a clear view inside. What we saw made Mark immediately turn and vomit into the weeds. Animals, dozens of them in various states of decomposition. Some were recent, cats, dogs, rabbits. Others were wild animals, raccoons, deer parts. Many had been skinned, others eviscerated. The floor was dark with old blood, and the stench was unbearable. But what disturbed me most was the methodical arrangement. They weren't just thrown there, they were positioned deliberately like some kind of twisted display. I backed away, bumping into Mark, who had returned, pale-faced. "We're leaving right now," he said, his voice shaking. "This isn't just some abandoned place, Cassandra. Something seriously wrong is happening here." I nodded, finally convinced. But as we turned to leave, I noticed the carriage house we hadn't explored yet. It was the building closest to where we'd entered the property. "Let's go around that way," I suggested, pointing to the carriage house. "It's the fastest way back to the path." As we approached the carriage house, movement caught my eye. Through a broken window, I could see our car in the distance, where we'd left it at the road entrance. Someone was there, rummaging through it. "Mark," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "Someone's at our car." We froze, watching. The figure straightened up and was joined by others, a group of about 8 people emerging from the tree line. Even from a distance, I could see they were carrying things: sticks, pipes, what looked like makeshift weapons. "They're coming this way," Mark said, his voice barely audible. We ducked behind the carriage house, hearts pounding. We could either try to hide or confront them. Neither option seemed good. "We need to face them," I finally said. "There's no way we can hide or outrun them in these woods." Mark looked terrified but nodded. We stepped out from behind the carriage house just as the group reached the clearing. They stopped when they saw us. They were an odd mixture of people, men and women, ranging from maybe 20 to 50 years old. Their clothes were dirty but not ragged. They didn't look homeless, just off somehow, like people who'd been living rough by choice. An older man with a gray beard stepped forward. "This is private property," he called out, his voice surprisingly calm. "We're sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We didn't know anyone lived here. We thought it was abandoned." The man stared at us for an uncomfortably long time before speaking again. "Did you go in the buildings?" I hesitated, then decided honesty was safest. "Just the barn." Something passed between the group members. Looks, slight nods. The bearded man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You should leave now," he said, "and don't come back." We nodded quickly and started walking toward the path, having to pass near the group to reach it. As we walked by, I noticed their weapons more clearly: a rusty machete, several large knives, and what looked like a homemade spear. One younger man was holding something that looked disturbingly like a bone. No one moved to stop us, but I could feel their eyes on our backs as we reached the path and started down it. We didn't run until we were out of sight, then we sprinted the rest of the way to the car. Our relief at reaching it was short-lived. The driver's side window had been smashed, and our backpack with the camera was gone. The car started, thankfully, and Mark peeled out onto the main road, tires spinning on gravel. We'd driven maybe 5 minutes when I noticed a black pickup truck behind us. No license plates. It followed us for nearly 20 minutes, staying a consistent distance back, before finally turning off on a side road. We didn't speak much on the drive home. What was there to say? We'd stumbled into something deeply wrong, something that shouldn't exist in rural Ontario. I kept thinking about those symbols, the altar, the animals, and worst of all, those scratch marks at human height. I called the local police the next day from a payphone, not giving my name. I told them about the animal remains and the strange group. The officer sounded bored, said they'd look into it. I never heard anything more. I've spent years researching what might have been happening there. The best I can figure is some kind of cult or extreme group using the isolation for their rituals. But those symbols, I've never found anything similar in any occult literature. And what, or who, was kept in that silo cage? Next month, my cousin and I are planning to go back. We'll be better prepared this time. Daytime visit, multiple vehicles, cameras, phones with tracking enabled. I need to know if they're still there, still doing whatever they were doing. I need answers. Or maybe I just need to know I didn't imagine the whole thing, because sometimes, late at night, I still see those symbols when I close my eyes. And I wonder what would have happened if we'd arrived at the stone castle after dark, or if that group had found us exploring the basement instead of meeting us outside. Some part of me knows going back is stupid, dangerous, but I've never been able to let it go. That place is still out there, and so are those people. Story 20. I've never actually written about the weird stuff that happens in our house before. It's kind of just been our normal for so long that I never thought much about it until we started packing to move out. My name's Zoe, I'm 16, and I've lived in the same house my entire life. It's been in our family since my grandparents bought it in the 80s. The house itself is around 80 years old now. Last night was what finally pushed me to share this. I was lying in bed scrolling through TikTok like I always do before sleep. My foot was hanging off the edge of the bed like it usually does. I'm tall, and my bed's too small. I was just about to put my phone down when something grabbed my ankle. Not like a gentle touch or anything. It grabbed me hard and yanked me straight off the mattress. My whole bed moved like half a meter across the floor. I screamed so loud my mum came running in, but by then, whatever it was had gone. The weird thing is, my dog Rusty had been acting strange all evening. He usually sleeps in my room, but last night he flat out refused to come in. He just stood at the doorway whining and then went to sleep in the hallway instead. I should have known something was up. This house has always had presences, that's what my mom calls them. We've all experienced weird stuff over the years, and honestly, we've just kind of learned to live with it. My mom's pretty spiritual and does the whole sage cleansing thing every few months. She burns incense and says little prayers to keep the negative energies away. I used to think it was stupid when I was younger, but after living here my whole life, I'm not so quick to dismiss it anymore. About 3 months ago, my brother's ex was over helping him move some stuff out. They're still friends. It's complicated. She was standing in the kitchen looking out the window into our backyard, and she suddenly went really pale. When my brother asked what was wrong, she said there was an old woman in a Victorian-style dress standing by the apple tree. My brother looked out and didn't see anything, but she was adamant. She described this woman with gray hair in a bun, wearing a high-necked dark dress with these little buttons down the front. I didn't think much of it until about 2 weeks later. I was hanging laundry on the clothesline. Yes, we still use one of those, and I felt like someone was watching me. I turned around, and there she was. The exact same woman my brother's ex had described, standing by the apple tree just looking at me. I'm not easily freaked out after living in this house, but something about her made my whole body go cold. She didn't feel threatening exactly, but she felt real, too real. I blinked, and she was gone. I left the rest of the wet clothes in the basket and ran inside. One night last winter, I came home late from a friend's house. I was exhausted and just wanted to crash. When I opened my bedroom door, it was like walking into a sauna. The heat hit me like a wall. It had to be at least 30 degrees in there. Our house is always freezing in winter, especially my room, and we definitely don't have the kind of heating that could make a room that hot. But it wasn't just the heat. The air felt heavy and wrong, like something was pushing against me, not wanting me to come in. I was too tired to be properly scared, so I just stood in the doorway and said out loud, "Yo, can you fuck off right now? It's not the time." I felt kind of stupid saying it, but immediately, and I mean immediately, the room cooled down. Within seconds, it was back to its normal chilly temperature. Whatever had been there was gone, just like that. A few weeks ago, I was in the shower around 11 at night. Everyone else had gone to bed. I was washing my hair when I heard my mom laughing outside the bathroom door. It was her distinctive laugh, the one she does when something really catches her off guard. I called out, "Mom?" But there was no answer, just more laughing that started fading like she was walking away. I heard footsteps going down the hall toward the back door. I quickly rinsed off, wrapped a towel around myself and peeked out. There was nobody there, but I could hear Rusty downstairs doing his deep territorial bark at the back door. I went to my parents' room and my mum was fast asleep, had been for hours, according to my dad who was reading beside her. Before my younger sister was born, I used to sleep in the smallest bedroom in the house. It has this built-in closet with these heavy wooden doors that are really hard to slide open. Even I struggle with them sometimes. Every single night, those doors would open and close by themselves. Not just once, but multiple times throughout the night. I'd wake up to the sound of them sliding, see them wide open when I knew I'd closed them, or find them shut in the morning when I'd left them open. My parents thought I was making it up until my dad spent a night in there when we had relatives visiting and needed the extra space. He never doubted me again, though he wouldn't talk about what he experienced. When I was 7, my great-grandfather died. It was my first experience with death, and I was pretty upset at the funeral. That night I was lying in bed crying when I felt someone sit on the edge of my mattress. I opened my eyes and saw 2 figures, an older man and woman, both sort of glowing softly in the dark. I recognized the man as my grandfather, not the one who had just died, but his father who had passed before I was born. The woman, I later realized from photos, was my grandmother, who died before I was even born. They didn't say anything, but the woman stroked my hair until I fell asleep. It should have been terrifying, but it wasn't. It felt safe. There's always been footsteps in our hallway at night. Always. My parents' room is at one end and mine is at the other, with my sisters and brothers, now empty rooms in between. The footsteps always go from my parents' end down to mine, stopping at each door along the way. Sometimes they're heavy, like a man's boots. Other times, they're lighter, quicker. We've all heard them so many times that we barely mention it anymore. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I feel a hand holding mine. Again, it should be terrifying, but it's usually comforting, like someone's just making sure I'm okay before I drift off. What's less comforting is when I feel hot breath on my face at the same time. That's only happened 3 or 4 times, thankfully. The tapping on my window is something I've never gotten used to. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, and there's no way anyone could reach my window from outside without a pretty tall ladder. But at least once a week there's a distinct tapping, not like a branch or anything natural, but deliberate, like someone's knuckles rapping on the glass. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I never look anymore. I learned that lesson when I was 12 and saw a pale face staring back at me. I screamed so loud that time that our neighbors called to check if everything was okay. The knocking on my bedroom door is almost nightly. 3 sharp knocks, always around 3 in the morning. I used to call out, "Come in," when I was younger, thinking it was my mom or dad. No one ever came in, and when I'd get up to check, there was never anyone there. Now I just ignore it. My grandfather, my mom's dad, died last year, and his workshop under the house has felt different ever since. He spent most of his time down there tinkering with old radios and building things. Now, whenever I go down there to get something, it feels like I'm being watched, not in a threatening way, more like someone's curious about what I'm doing in their space. Tools sometimes move around down there too. My mom will put a hammer back in its spot, and the next day it'll be on the workbench, or screwdrivers will be arranged differently than how we left them. We're moving to a newly built house across town next month. It's bigger, more modern, has better heating, all that practical stuff. But as the moving date gets closer, I've been thinking about all these experiences more and more. As scary as some of them have been, they're also just part of home, part of our family history in a weird way. Last week, I was alone in the house and decided to walk through each room, just thinking about all the strange things that have happened. When I got to the living room, our old grandfather clock, which hasn't worked in years, suddenly chimed once, just once. I looked at it, and for a split second, I thought I saw reflections of people in its glass face, like a crowd of figures standing behind me. I spun around, but of course, there was nobody there. I'm not sure if whatever they are, will follow us to the new house. Part of me hopes not. It would be nice to shower without hearing phantom laughter or sleep without knocks on my door. But another part of me will miss these connections to whatever exists beyond what we can normally see. They've been our weird, sometimes scary roommates for my entire life. Even the ones that terrify me are familiar in their own way. I still haven't figured out what grabbed my foot last night. It was different from the usual stuff, more aggressive, more physical. Maybe they're not happy we're leaving either. All I know is, I've got 3 more weeks in this house, and I'm keeping my feet safely under the covers until then. Story 21. I still can't believe I'm writing this down. For years I've kept it to myself, only sharing bits and pieces with my therapist and my wife. But maybe putting it all out there will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can make sense of it. I don't know. I joined the Riverside PD in California back in 1997. By 2005, I'd worked my way up to detective. It was a good department, good people for the most part. When they announced the renovation of headquarters that summer, everyone was pretty excited. The old place was falling apart, water damage, electrical issues, you name it. The building was originally some kind of medical facility back in the 40s, before the city converted it to a police station in the 70s. I remember walking through the newly renovated space that September. Everything smelled fresh, new paint, new carpet. They'd completely redone the interrogation wing with state-of-the-art recording equipment, better soundproofing, the works. There were 7 interrogation rooms total. The first time I felt something was off was in early October. I was observing an interview in room 7 from behind the 2-way mirror. Detective Morales was questioning a domestic violence suspect, nothing unusual. About 15 minutes in, I noticed the temperature drop. Not gradually. It was like someone had cranked the AC to maximum in just that spot where I was standing. I remember rubbing my arms, thinking it was weird. I'm not someone who gets cold easily. A week later, I was conducting an interview in room 7 myself. The suspect was a college kid caught with a decent amount of weed, nothing major. We were maybe 20 minutes into a pretty standard interview when this kid, who'd been totally coherent and even a bit cocky, suddenly stopped mid-sentence and stared at the mirror. His face went completely white. When I asked him what was wrong, he just kept staring and whispered, "Who are all those people?" There was only Officer Jenkins behind that mirror. I figured the kid was just trying to freak me out or stall, so I redirected him, but he seemed genuinely shaken. When we resumed, he confessed to everything immediately, like he couldn't get out of that room fast enough. I mentioned it to Jenkins afterward, and he gave me a weird look, said he'd had a pounding headache the entire time he was in the observation room and had actually stepped out for a few minutes to get some aspirin. He wasn't even there when the kid had that reaction. Over the next few months, I started hearing similar stories from other officers. Headaches were common for anyone spending time in room 7 or its observation area. 2 officers reported sudden nosebleeds while observing interviews. Suspects would either become unnaturally compliant in that room or fly into rages for no apparent reason. We joked about it at first, called it the confession room, because perps seemed to break more quickly in there. But the jokes had an edge to them. Nobody wanted to say outright that something felt wrong about that space. By January 2006, I'd started requesting other interrogation rooms when possible, but on February 12th, all the other rooms were occupied when I brought in Marcus Winters, a burglary suspect with priors. He'd been caught with items from 3 different break-ins, but we suspected he was responsible for a dozen more. Room 7 was the only option that day. I remember hesitating before I walked in with him. The moment we entered, Winters commented on how cold it was. I felt it too, like walking into a meat locker. I made a mental note to talk to maintenance about the ventilation. The interview started normally. Winters was defensive but engaging, denying involvement in anything beyond what he'd been caught with. About 40 minutes in, I noticed the digital recorder on the table had stopped running. The red light was off. I tapped it, tried the power button, but nothing. I figured the battery had died, which was annoying but not a big deal since we had the ceiling-mounted cameras running too. That's when I noticed Winters had stopped talking. He was staring at the mirror with this expression I still can't adequately describe, somewhere between terror and confusion. "What?" I asked him. He didn't look at me. "The mirror," he said. "It's moving." I turned to look, and that's when I saw it too. The surface of the two-way mirror was rippling, like when you throw a stone into still water, subtle waves moving outward from the center. I blinked hard, thinking it was my eyes playing tricks. The temperature dropped even further. I could see my breath now. Winters started shaking, but I don't think it was from the cold. "There are faces," he whispered, pressing against the glass. "Do you see them?" At first I didn't, then I did, or I thought I did. It was like looking at those optical illusions where you have to unfocus your eyes to see the hidden image. Vague outlines pressing forward, like people pushing against a plastic sheet from the other side. Dozens of them. I'm a rational person. I've dealt with hallucinations, drug-induced psychosis, all of it. My first thought was that there was some kind of gas leak making us both see things. I stood up, told Winters we were moving to another room. That's when the lights flickered, just for a second. In that brief moment of darkness, I heard a sound that still haunts me. A low, multi-toned humming, like several people speaking technical jargon at once, but at a frequency that hurt my ears. When the lights came back on, I saw Winters was bleeding from his nose and ears. His eyes were wide, fixed on the mirror. I looked back at it and saw. I still don't know how to describe it. The mirror's surface was completely distorted now, bulging outward in places, and behind it, visible through the warping glass, was not the observation room I knew should be there. It was a small chamber with tiled walls and floors, old tile, cracked and stained. There was a metal examination table in the center with leather restraints. Along one wall was a shelf lined with large glass jars, each containing what looked like human brain tissue floating in yellowish fluid. A figure in a white coat stood with his back to us, working at the table. When he turned slightly, I caught a glimpse of his face, gaunt, with round, wire-rimmed glasses. He seemed to sense us watching and began to turn further. I grabbed Winters by the arm and pulled him toward the door. He was completely hysterical now, screaming about the doctor and the specimens. The door was ice cold to the touch, and for one terrifying moment, I thought it was locked. Then it gave way, and we practically fell into the hallway. The recording equipment showed a 17-minute gap, 17 minutes that felt like both seconds and hours. According to Officers Bailey and Chen, who responded to the commotion, they heard Winters screaming and found us both in the hallway. They said I was pale and disoriented, and Winters was having what looked like a seizure. The official report initially classified it as a shared hallucinatory episode. They tested the room for gas leaks, mold, carbon monoxide. Everything came back negative. The department psychologist suggested it could be a case of folie à deux, a shared psychosis, but that didn't explain what happened next. Detective Eliza Washington was assigned to investigate the incident. She was relatively new to the department but had a background in historical research before joining the force. She took the investigation seriously, which I appreciated when most others were trying to sweep it under the rug. Washington discovered that during the renovation, Room 7 had been expanded by knocking down a wall. The additional space had originally been part of the building's morgue when it was a medical facility. She dug through old blueprints and found that behind our observation room was a space that didn't appear on the current building plans, a small chamber that had been sealed off during previous renovations decades ago. Curious, she got permission to open up part of the wall in the observation room. Behind it, they found exactly what I had seen through the mirror, a small tiled chamber containing an old examination table with leather restraints. The glass jars were there too, some broken, others still intact with preserved specimens. Records from the 1940s identified this as the workspace of Dr. Adrian Felton, a pathologist who had been dismissed from the facility for unethical practices. Washington found journal articles Felton had written, describing experiments involving electrical currents applied to preserved brain tissue, claiming he could detect residual neural activity long after death. The department decided to conduct a 24-hour recording of the empty room. I wasn't there, but I saw the footage later. Around 3 in the morning, the cameras captured a rapid temperature drop. You could actually see frost forming on the lens. The mirror began vibrating slightly, and there was a distinct pattern of movement reflected in its surface, despite nothing being present in the room. Audio analysis revealed whispering voices at frequencies just at the threshold of human hearing. Washington had an audio specialist enhance the recordings. What they heard were fragments of technical language consistent with autopsy procedures, along with what sounded like a man methodically describing brain stimulation experiments. After that, the department permanently sealed off both Room 7 and the hidden chamber, filling the space with concrete. Washington's final report acknowledged that while conventional explanations existed for some of the phenomena, the totality of experiences suggested factors beyond our current capacity to fully explain. I left the department 4 months later. So did 3 other officers who'd had experiences in that room. I couldn't walk past that corridor without feeling physically ill. The dreams started almost immediately after the incident. Nightmares where I'm trapped in that hidden chamber, strapped to the table. In these dreams, Dr. Felton stands over me, explaining in clinical detail how electrical stimulation can create windows between the living and the dead, how the right frequency can thin the barrier between worlds. The worst part is, I still don't know what really happened in those 17 minutes. Winters refused to ever speak about it again. Last I heard, he was in a psychiatric facility. Sometimes I wonder if the electrical system in that old building somehow activated something in those preserved specimens, or if the renovations disturbed something that had been at rest. I've spent years trying to rationalize it. Gas leaks, electromagnetic fields affecting our brains, mass hysteria. None of it fully explains what we saw. What I know is that I've worked hundreds of cases in my career, seen the worst humanity has to offer, and nothing has ever terrified me like what happened in that room. I still can't look into mirrors for too long, especially in dark or cold rooms. Because sometimes, just for a split second, I think I see that surface begin to ripple, and behind it, a gaunt face with round wire-rimmed glasses looking back at me. Story 22. I still can't sleep properly after all these years. It's been almost 30 years, but every time I close my eyes for too long, I'm back there, back in that house. I've never told this story outside of therapy, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone else has seen it too. This happened in the summer of 1994 when I was 14. I grew up in the outskirts of Fairland, Oklahoma, a place that was already half dead back then. My family had moved there from Chicago when I was 10 because my dad got a job at the paper mill, but the town was on its last legs even then. Storefronts were empty, people were leaving, and for kids like us, there wasn't much to do except explore. My best friends were Alexei and Ivan Petrov, brothers who lived down the road from me. Their family had emigrated from Russia just before the Soviet Union collapsed. Alexei was my age, and Ivan was a year younger. We spent that whole summer biking around the countryside, finding places to swim and exploring abandoned barns and sheds. That particular day was brutally hot, had to be over 100 degrees. We'd been riding our bikes along Blackwater Road, this old dirt track that snaked through the woods about 4 miles from town. I remember my t-shirt was soaked through with sweat, and the dust from the road coated our skin and got in our eyes. We were about to turn around and head back when Ivan pointed through a break in the trees. "Look at that," he said. I wouldn't have noticed it otherwise. The trees had nearly swallowed it whole. An old farmhouse set back from the road about 50 yards. You could barely see it through the overgrowth, but there was definitely a house there, and in the front yard, the rusted shell of what looked like a 1970s Ford pickup. I don't know why we decided to check it out. Looking back, I wish we'd just kept riding. But when you're 14, curiosity wins over common sense every time. We ditched our bikes behind some bushes and pushed through the tall grass toward the house. It was weird how quiet it got. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of grass brushing against our jeans. The house itself was a 2-story farmhouse with peeling white paint and a sagging porch. Most of the windows were intact, which surprised me. Usually abandoned places around there had been vandalized to hell and back. The front door was padlocked, but we found a bathroom window around the side that was broken just enough for us to squeeze through. "I don't know about this," Ivan said, but Alexei was already boosting me up. I was the smallest, so I went first, careful not to cut myself on the jagged glass. The bathroom was disgusting. Black mold crawled up the walls, the toilet was cracked and filled with something dark, and the air was thick with the smell of rot and something else I couldn't place, something chemical and strange. I unlocked a side door to let the others in, and we stood in the hallway, taking it all in. The carpet squished under our feet, soaked through from years of rain leaking through the ceiling. The wallpaper was peeling off in long strips, and there was this constant dripping sound coming from somewhere deeper in the house. "This place is gross," Alexei said, but there was excitement in his voice. We were urban explorers now, brave adventurers investigating the unknown. We moved from room to room. The living room had an old couch with springs poking through, a TV with the screen smashed in, and bookshelves tipped over with water-damaged books spread across the floor. The kitchen was even worse. The linoleum floor had turned black with mold, and the cabinets hung open, their contents spilled out as if someone had searched through them in a hurry. There were still dishes in the sink, crusted with something that might have been food decades ago. "Look at this," Ivan said, pointing to a calendar on the wall. It was from 1978, open to June. Some of the dates had X's through them, stopping abruptly on the 23rd. "They just left everything," I said. It was weird, like the family had vanished in the middle of their lives. We moved upstairs, testing each step carefully. The wood creaked and felt soft in places, and I was genuinely afraid we might fall through. The upper hallway was lined with 4 doors, all partially open. The first room was obviously the master bedroom. A king-sized bed with a rotting mattress dominated the space, and old clothes were still hanging in the open closet. What freaked me out was what I saw attached to the wall heater. A pair of handcuffs, one cuff still locked to the metal radiator pipe, the other hanging open. "Holy shit," Alexei whispered. I moved closer and noticed something else. Deep scratch marks in the wall around the heater, like someone had desperately tried to pull it from the wall. Ivan was already backing toward the door. "I don't like this place. Let's go." "Just a few more minutes," Alexei said. "When are we ever going to find something this cool again?" The next room made my skin crawl even more. It was clearly a little girl's bedroom, with faded pink walls and a small bed with a moldy canopy. But unlike the rest of the house, this room seemed preserved somehow. The bed was made, toys were arranged on shelves, and a little desk in the corner had coloring books neatly stacked. "Why is this room so different?" I asked, but nobody answered. On the dresser were several framed photos. I picked one up and wiped away the dust. It showed a man in some kind of uniform, not military, maybe a security guard, standing next to a woman with long, dark hair and a little girl, maybe 5 or 6, with curly blonde hair. They were smiling, but something about their expressions seemed forced. I set the photo down and suddenly realized something else. This room was freezing cold. The rest of the house had been stifling hot, but in here I could see my breath. There was no way this was natural in the middle of an Oklahoma summer. "Guys," I said, "let's go." "Hold on," Alexei said, opening the closet door. Inside were little dresses arranged by color, shoes lined up beneath them. He reached out to touch one of the dresses, and I swear to God I heard a whisper. Not words, just a soft exhalation, like someone standing right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" Ivan said, his voice tight with fear. "Nothing. Let's just go." But Alexei had already moved on to the next room, which seemed to be a home office. Papers were scattered everywhere, and there was a desk with an ancient computer set up. The walls were lined with filing cabinets, some pulled open with folders spilling out. "Look at this," Alexei said, pointing to a trapdoor in the ceiling, a pull-down ladder for an attic. Before I could object, he'd pulled the cord, and the ladder unfolded with a creak that echoed through the silent house. Dust rained down on us. "I'm not going up there," Ivan said firmly. "Fine, stay here by yourself," Alexei replied, already climbing. I hesitated, then followed him. The attic was stifling hot and almost pitch black, the only light coming from a small round window at one end. As my eyes adjusted, I realized we weren't the first people to come here after the house was abandoned. In one corner was a sleeping bag surrounded by trash, empty cans, cigarette butts, and what looked like drug paraphernalia. Dog tags hung from a nail in the wall, military issue, and there were crude drawings on the wood panels, things I didn't fully understand at 14, but that made me uncomfortable. "Someone was living up here," I whispered. "Not anymore," Alexei said, kicking at the sleeping bag. A cloud of dust rose up, making us both cough. That's when I stepped backward and felt the floor give way beneath me. There was a horrible cracking sound, and suddenly I was falling. I remember flailing, trying to grab something, anything, and then hitting the ground hard enough to knock the wind out of me. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my back in total darkness. Pain shot through my shoulder, and I couldn't breathe for a moment. Above me was a jagged hole in the ceiling, and I could hear Alexei and Ivan shouting my name. "I'm okay," I finally managed to call up. I fell through the floor. "Where are you?" Alexei's voice came from somewhere above. "I don't know. Some kind of cellar, I think. It's pitch black down here." I fumbled in my pocket for the small flashlight I always carried. When I clicked it on, I immediately wished I hadn't. I was in a dirt cellar, maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling. The walls were raw earth, and there was a smell down there that I'll never forget, a deep, primal stench that made my stomach heave. The beam of my flashlight swept across the floor, and that's when I saw them. Tiny bones, scattered and half buried in the dirt. Some were clean, others still had stuff. Clinging to them and tangled among them was fabric, a small dress with faded flowers on it. I scrambled backward until my back hit the wall, unable to tear my eyes away. These weren't animal bones. They were too small, too delicate. Child-sized. "Dmitri, what's down there?" Ivan called. I couldn't answer. My mouth was dry and my heart was hammering so hard I thought it might explode. That's when I noticed something else. Scratches in the dirt walls. Hundreds of them, like someone had been clawing at the earth, trying to dig their way out, and then I heard it, a soft, almost inaudible whimper coming from the darkest corner of the cellar. My flashlight beam jerked toward the sound, but there was nothing there, just dirt and shadow. But the sound came again, a child's quiet sob. "Guys!" I finally screamed. "Get me out of here now!" I heard them scrambling, and then Alexei's face appeared at the hole above me. "Grab my hand." I don't remember how I got out of that cellar. I have flashes. Alexei and Ivan pulling me up, my hands grabbing at the splintered floorboards, my feet scrabbling against the dirt walls. I remember running through the house, not caring about the soft floors or the broken glass. I remember bursting out through the side door and not stopping until we reached our bikes. We rode home in complete silence, pedaling harder than we ever had before. When we finally reached my driveway, we just stood there gasping for breath, unable to look at each other. "We don't tell anyone," Alexei finally said. "Ever." Ivan and I just nodded. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those tiny bones and that little dress. I kept thinking about the handcuffs in the master bedroom, the preserved little girl's room, the photos of the family, and that cold spot, so cold in the middle of summer. The next day, I had a fever of 103. My mom said it was probably heat exhaustion, but I knew better. Something in that house had gotten into me. We never went back, and we never talked about it again. A few weeks later, my dad told us at dinner that there had been a big fire out on Blackwater Road. An old abandoned house had burned to the ground. The fire department said it was probably caused by lightning, but there had been no storms. Alexei and Ivan's family moved away the following year. My family stayed until I left for college. I've never been back to Fairland. But here's the thing that still haunts me, that still wakes me up at night covered in sweat. I looked up the history of that house years later. There was never any report of a missing child in that area. No investigation, no search, nothing. It's like whatever happened in that house never officially happened at all. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember the cold in that little girl's room, the whimper in the darkness of the cellar, and I know it was real. Something terrible happened in that house, and somehow I think it's still happening, even now, in whatever dimension or reality houses like that exist in when they're gone from our world. I still have nightmares about those bones in the dirt, and sometimes, when it's very quiet, I swear I can hear a child crying somewhere far away beneath the earth.